Chapter 1093 Another possibility. It was an odd sensation for Wang Wei after figuring out this error Dao technique. It reminded him back on Earth when he used a certain website when he was young, and the screen turned black, releasing an annoying sound with the word, error, followed by a number plastered on the screen. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon all the karmic thread connected to Emperor Jia before pulling him forward with them. The ancient emperor only moved a few meters before the karmic threads became rigid and refused to listen to others. Fated destination, Wang Wei appeared next to Emperor Jia to punch him. As expected, the latter's first instinct was to move away, but his attack was destined to hit, and since he had already made the wrong response, Wang Wei hit him on the head. Crack! A mirror appeared before Emperor Jia's head, trying to reflect the attack back to Wang Wei. This method succeeded, but a lot of the force from the attack forced Emperor Jia to take a few steps back, drawing blood from his nose. Defensive capabilities are superb, and his body is one step higher than mine, but he's not using it, analyzed Wang Wei as his Proving Dao artifact turned into a spear, and he threw it with enormous force. Emperor Jia waved his hand to deflect the weapon, but the spear turned into millions of silver needles that rushed toward him. Omicron M. Emperor Jia's face turned ugly as he realized these things were not simple needles. They were each blessed with a single destiny, only one specific thing can block them. For example, one needle might require the power of thunder to block, the other might need vibration or death, and if any other things are used, these things would pass through the defense like a knife through butter. Such a technique would require the individual to condense each needle individually, which would take a tremendous amount of time and patience. Emperor Jia's first instinct was to find a way to evade, but he controlled himself. World of Rune, a black spot resembling a black hole the size of a tennis ball materialized before Emperor Jia, releasing millions of lights, each with a different attribute corresponding to the counter to these silver needles. However, these things were too fast, and a few dozen hit him, but he ensured they only touched non-vital parts while protecting his inside with his true will. He's learning, thought Wang Wei as he watched Emperor Jia's battle experience increase at an alarming rate. He gathered the power of his soul and released a terrifying spiritual arrow that broke all of Emperor Jia's spiritual protection and went directly to his soul. Bang! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy came out of nowhere and confronted the spiritual arrow. Wang Wei finally saw what had happened. A rune hung above the latter's sea of consciousness and opened a portal to somewhere full of yin energy. That's samsara, thought Wang Wei, recognizing what was on the other side of the portal and the source of all that energy. I was right. He used a spell to determine my biggest reliance and strength, and he discovered the pill, my soul, and something else, probably my willpower. So, he prepared in advance how to deal with these things. Wang Wei's body moved on its own as it sensed danger, but a light pierced his left shoulder. Emperor Jia's pale face sighed in relief as he had time to heal the damage to his sea of consciousness while also going on the offensive. Wang Wei looked at his bleeding shoulder. How long has it been since someone drew blood from me? He wiped the blood with his right hand before tasting it. How I missed the sensation of being injured. It was not the same when he injured himself during the flesh tribulations. He released a terrifying battle intent, increasing his battle strength by another 0. 0.0000000000000000009. He rushed toward Emperor Jia, and more hidden lights attacked him. He had already deduced that this technique was based on hidden words or meanings, so he did not detect any runes or attacks. The lights followed him, but he evaded, and the ones he could not detect or predict would accidentally miss him by a few margins or experience trillions of years before touching him. Boom! An enormous beam of light materialized out of nowhere and headed for Wang Wei, forcing him to block it with his palm. He resisted but could feel the skin in his hands rapidly burning. His battle experience is indeed increasing at an exponential rate. Is he regaining his memory? Analyzed Wang Wei. No, he's absorbed He-Shi's experience, hence the rapid change. Wang Wei felt he was catching into something, but it was still eluding him. Want to play hiding in the shadows? Two can play at this game. He decided to change tactics. The light beam eradicated every atom in his body, including his soul. Such a result should have been a victory for Emperor Jia, but he sensed things were not simple and remained on the highest alert. Heavenly Dao's records, Emperor Jia's eyes turned to runes before looking around. He was rapidly swiping through the records of heaven and earth, digging through the universe's fundamental truths. He saw the enemy had used the concept that fate was invisible to become undetectable, but he could not see the person itself. Swish! Wang Wei appeared out of nowhere while swinging a gray sword. However, Emperor Jia moved his body, preventing the blade from cutting off his left arm. Although it left a gushing wound from his upper torso to his right hand, it was better than losing the arm. Thought Wang Wei, surprised by how he successfully evaded this attack. For a moment, he thought Emperor Jia's intuition had reached such a level in such a short time in the battle. However, after seeing a creature made of runes flashed in his eyes, he understood. The untouchable cat. Wang Wei knew the creature was an innate life called the untouchable cat, known for its evading law. The myth of the untouchable cat is that it has never been injured or touched, as its body would instinctively evade all danger. Wang Wei speculated his ancestor, the battle maniac, created this technique after seeing one in his youth or the upper dimension. All these thoughts flashed into Wang Wei's mind at an incalculable speed. As his enemy evaded the first strike, his body reacted and kicked Emperor Jia on his neck, sending him flying. He appeared next to the flying body to slash it again, but Emperor Jia dexterously moved his body to evade. In this short period, he blessed himself with numerous techniques to improve his intuition, like beast intuition, seventh sense, conscious body, etc., world of liar. Wang Wei wanted to continue the initiative he had, but he found himself in a black cage. This is... he muttered. This technique was similar to his fate prison, except in this world, everything was a lie. You use your feet to walk, lie. Your hands are dexterous, a lie. You can defy gravity and fly, lie. You have a physical and tangible soul, lie. You have a mother and father, lie. You were born and will eventually die, lie. Wang Wei felt his body, soul, mind, spirit, Dao, and everything else that made his existence rapidly crumble because all these things were not true. Even his memories began to self-destruct because they were no longer reliable, they were no longer true. Brilliant, thought Wang Wei with difficulty. Yin-yang balance. Since there is a world of lies, there must also be a world of truths. When they are fused, only the real and normal universe exists, a world full of truths and lies. As the cage disintegrated, a dark beam of light was waiting for Wang Wei, but he smirked. He used a page from Emperor Jia's book by controlling truth and lie with his yin-yang Dao. The new truth was that he was standing in Emperor Jia's position while the latter stood where he was. In other words, they exchanged positions. Bang! It was a direct hit, and once the attack ended, Emperor Jia was breathing heavily and had dark, burning-looking spots on his body. I was right. All his increased battle experience originated from He Shi. If so, why didn't his other reincarnations increase his battle IQ? Emperor Jia should be on his 5th reincarnation, so it was odd that his battle IQ and experience were not the pinnacle given his displayed talent. The only explanation would be that he also sealed these memories, or... Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he thought of another possibility. He's not a former paragon. He was just a regular heaven chosen in the lower dimension who received the inheritance of a higher being, someone like Madman Chu, who explained how to cast the unique Dao body that can enter the taboo realm. It's very possible that the inheritance was directly from Madman Chu. He would have to stay hidden after his reincarnation not to garner true heavenly Dao's attention. This would explain his lack of battle experience, as he only participated in the heavenward battle, crushing his opponents with high cultivation levels or battle prowess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1094 Negotiation. Emperor Jia was deep in thought. He had just tried to kill himself and revive, as this was the most efficient way to deal with the situation. His previous attack was perfectly timed to ensure maximum damage and deep penetration of his true will. However, he discovered the enemy had changed the order and disorder of the surrounding area, banning longevity techniques or resources. He did not expect to suffer so much with his own technique. I could use this method to revive, but I will immediately lose this fight if I do that, thought Emperor Jia. He could use a transferring rune to transfer all his injuries and damage, but he needed someone else to take them. How about we end this fight? Asked Emperor Jia. Oh, why the sudden change? We don't really have enough animosity to fight to the death. The Spirit Genesis sect would disagree. It's been so long since I left the sect, said Emperor Jia, shaking his head. Anyway, you didn't destroy it, that's enough for me. Really? Nothing can be eternally prosperous. They have been standing at the pinnacle of the lower dimension for so long, and now, it's time for them to give up their reign. I'm sure you understand such a sentiment. True, nodded Wang Wei. One day, the Dao opening sect will also lose its status and give up its position as the de facto secret ruler of the lower dimension. Of course, if he can become a half-step transcendence beforehand, then the rules will not apply. So, what do you say? I can't agree. Why? I only fought you because I thought you disrupted my reincarnation, said Emperor Jia, who suddenly paused. You want the Force symbol mirror? Of course. Such a thing can only be the foundation for my sect. Emperor Jia thought briefly. I can hand it over. Oh, so simple. I wonder why you're willing to handle such a precious treasure. It's because it will disintegrate in a few generations, replied Emperor Jia. Disintegrate? Could it be true Heavenly Dao will no longer tolerate its existence in the lower dimension? That is correct. Wang Wei felt something was wrong, the truth was logical, and he could not find anything wrong, but he had an inkling this guy was not telling the truth. Although I appreciate your willingness, I still have to refuse. Why? Emperor Jia thought this man was more logical and could be reasoned with. It's because I want your inheritance. Inheritance? What are you talking about? He asked, puzzled. Good acting, but useless, sneered Wang Wei. I'm talking about the one that taught you to cultivate a Dao body capable of entering the taboo realm. Emperor Jia was calm, without any change in expression or aura. It seems I accidentally revealed too much information. Looking back, he realized all the mistakes he made involuntarily. After regaining his consciousness, he muttered words, revealing much information. Then, during the battle, he had to get accommodated to this new life and body, further revealing more information. And when facing someone like Wang Wei, the slightest clue is enough to put all the puzzle pieces together. You did, nodded Wang Wei. Everything is negotiable except for that. Then we have nothing to talk about. Is this thing any useful to you? Continued Emperor Jia. You must reincarnate and start from scratch. There are no alternate methods like the Nine Extremity Foundation. So, are you prepared to give up everything to walk this path? Maybe, maybe not, but that's for me to decide. You are someone burdened with a great destiny. Are you willing to give up everything just for the taboo realm? It's not a question of whether I'm willing but whether I have the choice, countered Wang Wei. Once I have the inheritance, I'll know whether it's worth giving up everything. In that case, how about I tell you about all my understanding of the taboo realm? I won't hold back, I'll tell you everything except the exact method. Still no, replied Wang Wei while shaking his head. Emperor Jia became silent for a few seconds, weighing his options. He was deciding whether to reveal more information and the danger that came with it. Ultimately, he decided to gamble. What if I told you my method was flawed or incomplete? What do you mean? The method only went as far as the 5th reincarnation, Emperor Jia revealed. From the 6th to 9th reincarnation, that's when I can successfully break through the taboo realm, but the inheritance does not have the remaining part. Wang Wei frowned, wondering if he was telling the truth. He's probably telling the truth if he wants to negotiate in good faith. After all, he should guess I would take precautionary measures to ensure he's not screwing me, analyzed Wang Wei. So, what will happen if you reincarnate a 6th time? He asked. True heavenly Tao will immediately detect me, replied Emperor Jia truthfully. That makes sense, nodded Wang Wei. Sadly, my answer is still negative. Why? I think I've displayed enough good faith. Do you think I don't know the taboo realm method is not the most valuable part of your inheritance? Sneered Wang Wei. The method of using paradox to change the records of true heavenly Tao and make sure it ignores you. How can I pass up such a thing? Emperor Jia sighed. He tried his best to prevent news about the paradox from being revealed, but the people from the Purple Heaven Temple were stubborn, and a few people escaped his grasp. By the time he dealt with them, it was too late. He tried damage control, but the people in this world were not stupid, so it's understandable someone figured out some of his plans once they learned of the paradox. I guess there is no point in negotiation. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders since he knew the latter was unwilling to hand over the inheritance, and if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same choice. Injury suppression rune. The dark burning spots on Emperor Jiao's body disappeared as he temporarily suppressed his injury, returning to his peak battle state. Then, he used his ultimate technique, Error Dao, Disruptor Rune. The world suddenly became dark, with countless broken chains scattered everywhere in the void battlefield. Wang Wei observed these chains, and they resembled the ones from the Grand Dao source. He also saw tiny runes in the place where they were broken. This is... Wang Wei was genuinely shocked as he realized his Daos could not work properly. No, he could not summon them, except for his Fate Dao, but it was working like an old computer with slow processing. This technique is beyond brilliant, thought Wang Wei. He could tell this technique was the pinnacle of Emperor Jiao's Rune Dao, and he must have spent all his 5 lives to refine and cultivate it. Let's end this. Chains appeared in the sky before rushing toward Wang Wei. He tried to use his Fate Dao to weave a new universe around him, thus isolating him from his battlefield and the technique, but he soon realized it would take him more than 3 hours to succeed. For beings of their caliber that need to make split decisions in attoseconds, 3 hours might as well be an infinite amount of time. He did not even try using his other Daos, knowing they would be even worse. My flesh has been weakening, but it's not as bad as my Dao, thought Wang Wei, who swiftly changed tactics. He moved his body to move, but the chains were fast and on his tail. He knew he could not evade for long. Essence, Qi, spirit conversion. He converted all the soul energy in his sea of consciousness into physical strength to increase his fleshly body. He used his true will to its full effect, focusing slowly on boosting his body. Since my Dao cannot work outward, they might do so inward. Wang Wu used his Dao to improve his flesh, raising it to another height. Bang! Wang Wei punched the chain, breaking a small part. Emperor Jia sighed silently, such terrifying battle IQ. This was the pinnacle of his achievement, and yet the opponent quickly found a way to adapt and survive. The long chain turned into a rain of golden lights. Wang Wei tried to evade, but there were too much and too fast even for his fleshly body's speed or defense. Additionally, as they impaled him, he noticed his flesh and internal system were also being disrupted. He remained calm while his mind worked on overdrive. He pushed all his 365 future Buddha self to the limit, trying to find a countermeasure. While thinking, he changed his essence, scattering his body and soul into their individual atoms and particles. In this horrifying state, Emperor Jia must target his individual atom and spirit particle, but each of these things contained Wang Wei's will and evading ability. Additionally, atoms could move way faster than when together as a whole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1095 Behind the scenes, Emperor Jia's eyes could see all the trillions of atoms and particles, each dodging his attacks. He squinted his eyes before using a rune that forces all, essence, spirit, and qi, to take one solid and concentrated form. As such, Wang Wei's body reorganized into a whole. Omicron M. A light spear rushed towards Wang Wei's head, and it was too fast for him to evade, so he used his bone substitution to avoid death. He then punched the sky using the dragon zodiac art, trying to destroy the disruption concept of this technique. Sadly, this method failed. Although this technique had the weakest effect on the flesh, it still disrupted it. Additionally, after injuring him, these light beams or arrows further corrupted or disrupted his flesh. 3 more arrows pierced Wang Wei's body, and his aura further weakened. His eyes did not move from Emperor Jia and this technique. His mind was constantly analyzing the situation and coming up with a solution. He knew the best method to use was to overwhelm this place with his willpower through willpower manifestation. However, he would not do so because he had predicted that Emperor Jia had prepared for 3 of his advantages: the pill, his soul, and his willpower. Cry of pain, Wang Wei opened his mouth and roared. He mixed a sonic attack with his pain talent. This method worked as Emperor Jia held his head, and his nose bled profusely. Wang Wei rushed forward, trying to touch him, and maybe placed an innate fate shackle on him. Alas, a rune appeared behind Emperor Jia to absorb his pain. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had to evade the arrows and rain constantly, and a few still hit him. Bang! Wang Wei sensed great danger from behind, and his body acted out instinct, activating the void power in his flesh, entering an intangible and all-encompassing state. However, he lost his left arm from this black beam attack despite his actions. His eyes shone brilliantly as he found a way to deal with this situation. Everything returns to nothingness. He instantly released all the power of nothingness in his flesh to reduce the power of disruption into nothingness. However, as proven by his missing arm, it was not enough to destroy this technique but bought him enough time. In his immediate surroundings, Wang Wei could now barely use his Dao, and he immediately acted. Rewriting order, he used a technique he created on the spot. Through his fate and order-disorder Dao, he recreated all the orders, disorders, truths, and Daos of the universe. In other words, he recreated the universe as it was, removing all the Dao disruption of Emperor Jia. A golden light appeared on Wang Wei's palm, and after releasing it, the broken chains on the sky mended themselves, returning to their original state. The Grand Dao source appeared in the form of this vast river of space composed of chains, signaling he had regained control of his Dao. This was a brilliant technique, praised Wang Wei. However, Emperor Jia only sighed as he knew what fate awaited him. "Any chance you cannot completely kill me?" he asked calmly. "That's not impossible," replied Wang Wei. "Oh. I can prevent your revival until I've grown to the point you're not much of a threat," said Wang Wei. "However, you must know I will destroy the Spirit Genesis sect. If you show the slightest discontent, I will annihilate you by then." "That's fine," replied Emperor Jia. He could rebuild the sect after he revived, and that's assuming the ones in the upper dimension would not try to do it themselves. "Do you want to continue fighting or resist?" asked Wang Wei. "Although I know I won't win, I will fight until the end." He technically had 5 extra lives, however, his strength would drastically decrease after using one, so this was his only chance of still winning this fight. Fair. Wang Wei watched as countless potent runes appeared behind Emperor Jia, preparing for desperate attacks. He pointed his one arm to the sky, frowny face fate shackles, words have no power. An enormous gray chain materialized above him before entering a projection of the river of fate. From then on, the laws of this infinite space were changed. Words, languages, and runes no longer had any powers or strength. The runes around Emperor Jia dissipated, and even his book became dimmer. A technique based on my own that targets my Dao, he sighed. Part of him regretted walking this path. Otherwise, his battle experience would not have been so subpar, and he would not have lost this fight. Magic circles appeared underneath him, and he found himself incapable of moving. The one-armed Wang Wei appeared before him, and Emperor Jia lost consciousness. Despite the latter's surrounder, he did not want him to resist. With any defensive measures, Wang Wei could see Emperor Jia's past and learn the truth, and it was as he theorized. The latter found the inheritance on a secret dimension. Wang Wei muttered an incantation, and a portal appeared to drop a talisman with the inheritance, and he used it after checking there were no problems. The inheritance was about cultivating an innate Dao body, allowing someone to enter the taboo realm. The first step of this inheritance was the paradox ceremony, which allowed someone to tweak true heavenly Dao's records to essentially render its program malfunctioning and hiding under its sight. It's like installing malware on a system to exploit it, thought Wang Wei, slightly surprised. He thought the entire paradox was similar to how Gu Xian's deception worked, where true heavenly Dao allowed it as it was a part of the game. But no, this method actually tricked such an existence at least, to a certain level. This method only went as far as the 5th reincarnation because, after the 6th, true heavenly Dao would notice the problem and fix it. So, the inheritance encouraged its owner to travel to a chaos world that is not part of the primary 3800 to continue the remaining reincarnation. Although it did not say why, Wang Wei deduced the truth. The power ceiling of true heavenly Dao on these chaos worlds is paragon tier instead of half-step transcendence, meaning they are easier to trick. This paradox ceremony involves countless systems and knowledge probably not from the eternal ascension world. The creator must be a well-traveled individual in primordial chaos and has studied true heavenly Dao extensively. Wang Wei finished the preliminary processing of this inheritance. The thing should be very beneficial for many things, including his goal of creating a unique Dao body to enter the taboo realm. So, he focused on how to deal with Emperor Jia. Firstly, he copied the latter's rune book. He knew Wu Hong should be very interested in this thing, especially the disruption rune. Secondly, he sealed the 4-symbol mirror and put it in his interdimensional space. Lastly was Emperor Jia's body. It's not feasible for me to reincarnate, but what if I absorb his body? Wang Wei could imagine the benefit of having such a foundation, and it might be possible for him to enter the taboo realm without relying on the dark truth. He raised his remaining hand to start the process before stopping midway. Something is wrong, said Wang Wei, lowering his hand and thinking. I've assumed this inheritance is from Madman Chu and thus safe, but thinking deeply about it, I realize it may not be from him. This writing was different. It did not contain his cold and calculative tones, like a mad scientist. It did not even contain his rambling madness that often creeps out. His brow furrowed as he further analyzed the situation. Emperor Jia said I was responsible for messing with his 5th reaction, but I did no such thing. I doubt a person of his caliber would make such a mistake even if it were his intuition, so what's the cause of him feeling that way? The answer immediately popped in his mind. I did it, but not the current me, it was my future self. So, why would I interfere in Emperor Jia's reincarnation across space and time? Is it simply to hand over this inheritance? Is it a way to tell me Wu Hong's perfect foundation is not the way? Wang Wei grunted in frustration. It was a pain having to deduce future events with limited information about the present. Another possibility is Emperor Jia is someone else's pawn, and my future self disrupted his reincarnation to deal with him. If that's the case, this person might be targeting me. If they knew my personality, they could deduce my instinct would be to swallow Emperor Jia, fucking me and my future self in the process by altering the past. Wang Wei's back began to drip with cold sweat as he realized his greed and natural capitalist tendencies almost screwed him over. Luckily, he understood the idea that he must control his mind and emotions to escape the shackles of fate. The question is, who is my enemy this time? They are obviously working with Gou Dao. Two names appeared in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1096 Terrifying Enemy. The first person Wang Wei thought of was one of the 6 cardinals, the Magistrate of Heaven. From Wu Hong's notebooks, he learned the basic names of these 6 individuals, and Wang Wei believed if there were someone with the strength, knowledge, and possible motive to scheme against him across space and time, it would be him. However, Wang Wei had his reservation about this deduction for a few reasons. The inheritance does not seem to come from someone who created true heavenly Tao but from someone who knows a great deal about it after years of research. Secondly, the fact that the inheritance only went as far as the 5th reincarnation and encouraged its owner to travel to a non-primary source chaos world was a sign that someone with limited power or ability did it. Of course, Wang Wei considered the possibility that the Magistrate of Heaven did it on purpose to remove suspicions from himself. Even commenting about leaving the world to continue the inheritance might be another trap. The second person Wang Wei doubted was Heavenly Book Paragon. As the person who holds the Paragon title or position of Heaven Tao, he would have the capabilities and knowledge for this inheritance. And as a fate star, Heavenly Book Paragon had the intelligence and ingenuity to devise such a brilliant idea. The issue is why this man is targeting me. I've never met or offended him, thought Wang Wei, and after a brief analysis, he figured many things out. What does someone like Heavenly Book Paragon, who has reached the end of the Paragon realm, want to achieve? The answer is obvious since it applies to everyone on or near his level, Transcendence. Heavenly Book never participated in the Second Origin War. Why? He either couldn't or did not want to. If we follow the latter's line of thinking, why would he not want to participate in an event with such major ramifications? He either knew it would not work or had another method of achieving transcendence, maybe both. With Heavenly Book's intelligence, it's not far-fetched for him to deduce what Qiyuan wanted to achieve and even predict his failure. So, he used the event and the power vacuum afterward to spread his power and influence all over the chaos universe. Wang Wei had chills running down his spine as he realized how much power Heavenly Book Paragon might have if he took full advantage of all these paragons entering limbo across the chaos universe. If I were him, I would create pawns in every primary source chaos world and other worlds of significance. Speaking of pawns, could these parasites be related to him in any way? Wang Wei paused as this idea was also feasible. It's possible they were once Heavenly Book's pawns, but he had to abandon them once Mithraea and Supreme Unity came back into the picture. Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeply as he realized the severity of the situation. There is a high chance that a future version of Heavenly Book Paragon has allied with Gou Dao to deal with him. And with his deep foundation from the ultimate taboo events, he will truly be a formidable foe. No, maybe not just his future self. Paragons have way more leniency regarding messing with the river of time. So, it's not impossible for him to already have contact with Gou Dao. Wang Wei suddenly realized his genuine opponent after ascending is not the parasites or even Supreme Unity, but Heavenly Tao Book. This is going to be a major problem. After battling Emperor Jia, he realized his young age was one of his weaknesses. Despite his talent, some of these old geezers simply had too much time ahead of them, allowing them to refine their techniques and abilities to the point that talent was not enough to fill the gap. He could use time acceleration to compensate, but a person like Heavenly Tao Book can also use time acceleration, rendering this advantage null. I need to find a way to travel back in time and make use of it, grunted Wang Wei. In the meantime, my time in primordial chaos should be useful. He reckoned that even if he spent most of his time trying to retain his mortality and his personality from Earth, he should have cultivated his soul and absorption technique to a level on par with these old monsters. All he needs to do is take those techniques that have been refined for trillions of yuan epochs and add his current Dao and other spin on it. Wang Wei checked the seal on his soul. It was still not time to open it since he did not want to deal with the karma that dealt with his past selves, but these memories should become valuable in the Paragon realm. Wang Wei focused on Emperor Jia. He pointed at the latter's forehead to reduce his soul into pure energy before adding one of his spirit particles to become a new soul to this body. He blessed the particle with Emperor Jia's fate line to ensure no one could tell the difference. "You know what to do," said Wang Wei after the latter opened his eyes. "I do." Emperor Jia's body suddenly became pale and grew dark spots before cutting his left arm. He left the void battlefield, and as soon as he stepped out, Wang Wei pointed his finger, and the entire lower dimension sensed an anomaly, but they could not detect the cause. They knew something major had happened but did not know exactly what. This should be enough. He had planned everything, including not allowing anyone to watch this battle. He silently teleported to the court and called 4 people, Li Jun, Yan Liling, his mother, and Su Shi. Everyone immediately appeared, and Yu Yan asked calmly, "Are you all right?" "Oh, this?" said Wang Wei, looking at his missing arm. "It should grow back after a few months. It should take a while to remove Emperor Jia's true will and regenerate." He looked at Li Jun and Yan Liling. "I call you two to reassure you." He shifted to the other 2. "In a while, rumors of my death and disappearance will spread. Once that happens, you need to hold a court meeting to reassure people that a small accident occurred, but I'm fine. You must continue the original plan by supporting the Star Beast world. Will this be all right?" "What if someone causes trouble?" asked Su Shi. After the previous bait, they should not be this stupid. Plus, Li Jun and Liling will serve as deterrents. Few people knew about the oaths and the fact they could not interfere, so Wang Wei plans to use this fact. Of course, some people must have guessed something after seeing how the Dao opening sect received no luck or destiny blessing after these 2 proved the Dao. "Don't worry. We will hold the fort, so feel free to do as you please," said Yu Yan, and Su Shi nodded. "Thanks, and talk to father for me." His father was approaching the completion of his 9-extremity foundation, but he was still in the swordsmanship world. Wang Wei did not want him to hurry in case he heard the news while on a break or something. After everyone silently left, Wang Wei teleported to a world called Angry Sea World, a place ruled by the sea race while the human race lived on a few scattered islands. This realm is also the place where number 9, or Xiao Weiyuan, proved the Dao. Wang Wei appeared on a deserted island, and less than 10 seconds later, Wang Ju appeared before him on one knee. "How did it go?" "I'm sorry," said Wang Ju, lowering her head in shame. "Did something happen?" asked Wang Wei. "We captured everyone else, but number 1 escaped." "How can he escape under your hands?" "I don't know exactly, but he immediately detected something wrong and escaped, leaving everyone behind. I tried to find him afterward, but my divination was blocked. He shielded him with the power of the 4-symbol mirror. I will deactivate the protection, so go retrieve him," said Wang Wei before summoning the mirror and using it. Wang Ju activated all her strength before disappearing. She returned less than a minute later with a captured number 1. "Did he talk to anyone?" "I checked, and the answer is no. He was more focused on running away." "Good. Where are the others?" Wang Ju summoned the other spies, and Wang Wei searched their souls. He only succeeded for 3 of them as the remaining 6 had slave marks on their souls, and he did not want to touch this thing. He then used his spirit particle to enslave the markless ones while hypnotizing the mark ones. "I need you to return to your homeworlds and—" "Yes, Master." 9x, these spies disappeared, leaving Wang Wei and Wang Ju. Although brute force is oftentimes the quickest way to do things, it's usually not the most optimized approach for maximum benefit. You know your next step? Yes, bowed Wang Ju. Once again, I apologize for my failure. It's fine. Go do your task. Wang Wei knew no plans were guaranteed and usually accounted for possible mistakes. He would only reprimand her if the failure were the result of her incompetence or mistake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1097 Too Smooth. Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes to look in the distance. The plan failed. However, such news was not unexpected. He would be disappointed if someone who had reached the level of competing with Grand Dao had fallen for such a ruse. He checked his book, and as expected, there were more words. His main objective was to affect the river of time and increase the book's content, which he succeeded. He already deduced it was me. Interesting, he may be a bigger threat than I anticipated, thought Heavenly Book. Does he have a connection with the prehistoric world? Things are getting complicated. He closed the book before entering a state of meditation. He had found clues about the origin of Buddhism, so it wouldn't be long before he could exchange with Madman Chu. Eternal Ascension World, Battle Spirit World, Shi returned to his sect in terrible shape. He reassured his people that he was fine and needed to rest. Less than 10 minutes after his return, the Commerce Hub president contacted him. So, they do have people everywhere, thought Shi, who answered the call. The array activated, showing a projection of a scholarly man with glasses, President Tian Wenyan. Is it done? Asked the president, scrutinizing Shi's terrible state. Obviously, replied Shi. Did you kill him? Do you think that's possible? According to the plan, I exiled him to the upper dimension. So, he was this fierce, muttered the president. Although it would be ideal to kill him, that's good enough for now. In the lower dimension, they have no one to rely on and must live in fear of this man every single day. However, in the upper dimension, they can rely on their ancestors. We will send you something to heal. Consider it a gratitude, said the president. No problem, replied Shi. A few minutes later, he sensed someone outside the battle spirit world. I thought they would use my weakness to attack me. He received the reward, a small pool of Dao holy water. These guys are really rich, thought Shi. Dao holy water is a rare healing resource that helps emperors deal with Dao will manifestation, and true will injuries. He sent it to Wang Wei without hesitation. Then, he activated the sex formation, entering a state of isolation. Meanwhile, President Tian Wenyan called a meeting of the highest order for all the Commerce Hub's core members. The true rulers. Normally, the core members are composed of 10,000 individuals, each representing top emperor lineages across multiple world communities. However, in this meeting, only 200 or so people showed up. His projection appeared before a crowd of people sitting cross-legged on a mat while floating in the air. What happened? Asked a delegate. The plan succeeded, replied Tian Wenyan. He's dead. Is that why there was such a vibration across the endless void? He's not dead but exiled to the upper dimension. That's a shame, commented a female representative. Given the strength we deduce he had, it's understandable. Focus, said the president. Now that he's gone, it's our time to act. So, what's the plan? Do we attack the Dao opening sect? No, let's not rush. Why? That monster is not here anymore, and I've had enough of those arrogant bastards. They still have more than 9 eternal emperors, and you want to attack them while they have the home advantage. Don't let your emotions turn you stupid. You're right. Our plan is to divide their numbers, said Tian Wenyan. We will attack the martial hegemony world and the star beast world, forcing them to stretch their forces. If someone is willing to help us pay the price to break our agreement, the celestial harmony world is more than happy to be a vanguard to the martial hegemony world, said a Taoist priest dressed in blue. However, his words silenced the room. I'm afraid the process is really not worth it, said President Tian Wenyan after a few seconds of awkward silence. I understand, sighed the Taoist. How do we hide our deployment from the Dao opening sect and the myriad emperor world? Their information gathering is top tier. We don't need to hide it, do we? Replied Tian Wenyan. That's right. He's not here, so we can kill his people without any trouble. Let's immediately get rid of their manpower at the headquarters. If we act swiftly enough, we can plunder their shops and take their people to turn into our own. The Fate Shadow Guards are truly talented, and killing all of them would be a waste. I second that. I'm afraid it's too late. Everyone looked at the person who spoke, a middle-aged man with blue hair holding a communication talisman. I just received news that they have evacuated, all their shops and people disappeared out of nowhere. That was fast. Soon, everyone started receiving information about the disappearances of the Dao opening sects and the other myriad Emperor World factions. They could only sigh, these people moved too fast. The good news is these people's actions further prove that something did happen to him, and she did not lie, reassured Tian Wenyan. Does this change anything? Yes, we must act swiftly if we want to prevent them from being too prepared for our attack, replied President Tian Wenyan. How about we use Tactic Destroyer? It's the fastest way to deal with everything. Absolutely not. We can only use such a method in a desperate situation. The Commerce Hub headquarters was a colossal floating continent in the void. However, few people know the entire continent is the body of a rare creature, the heir of a Tier 10 void creature and a 6-star primordial god Premarch. On top of using such a creature to form a continent/base, they also turn its body into a powerful weapon full of 10,000 Emperor formations, billions of Dao arrays, and incalculable immortal arrays. Once they activate it, they won't be afraid of the Spirit Genesis sect's broken Empyrean artifact. I agree, said President Tian Wenyan. We are not protected, like the Spirit Genesis sect, and the appearance of the destroyer will cause irreparable problems. So, what's the plan? I suggest Tactic Mountain. We send as many legions and top powerhouses as possible to crush our enemies as swiftly as possible. The last thing we want is for another variable, so this is the best plan. I agree with this plan. I second it. Since everyone agrees, let's execute the plan, declared President Tian Wenyan before ending the meeting. Hub Headquarters, President Chamber. Tian Wenyan had a deep, pondering look on his face. The meeting proceeded flawlessly, and after being indignant for so long, they were finally about to retaliate. But after calming down, he had a feeling something was wrong. What is the problem? He muttered. His brow furrowed for a few minutes, so he sipped tea to refresh his mind. He had been re-elected in this position 3 times despite only being a Dao ancestor because of his calmness and ability to analyze his decisions to the point of obsession until he was sure there were no issues. Everything is going too smoothly. Although it appeared this was not the case due to how swiftly the Dao opening sect exited the stage, now that he thought about it, everything felt too calculated. Am I being too paranoid? He thought before shaking his head. Even if I am, it's better to be safe than sorry. Tian Wuyan did not hesitate to make a bold decision, leave the headquarters and return to his home world, the beautiful gold world. Tian Wuyan knew he could return if something were wrong, so he left without hesitation. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, why did you two order this meeting and not His Majesty? Why did our people evacuate the Commerce Hub? Everyone needs to calm down, said Yu Yan, and after seeing who she was, they decided to give her face, considering who her son was. Yu Yan knew this and did not mind since she had very little reputation in this generation. There's been a small issue with my son. What happened to His Majesty? Is he injured again? Please, let us see him now. Will you let me finish? She released her aura, and these people were reminded she was an eternal emperor and one of the best. There's been an accident, and he's now occupied, unable to show up, she explained slowly. The Commerce Hub thinks he's gone and decided to bare their fangs. They should be attacking our world or our allies. We need to prepare to defend our benefit. The room became silent as these people began to rapidly communicate through divine sense between themselves and the upper echelons of their factions. Can you guarantee His Majesty is fine? You know his strength, so what can happen to him? Replied Yu Yen calmly. Those words are not as reassuring as you think. With his strength, there should be no accident or small issue. There are no absolutes in this world, so no matter how low the probability, things happen. The room quieted down again as these people discussed a second time between themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098 Massive Mobilization. What is the plan? Asked Ao Shin. The enemy is coming at us with full force, said Yu Yen. So, we must restart the War Council, summon all the professions, and everyone must be deployed, except for Li Jun and Yen Liling. I understand why the Guardian would remain to protect the world, but why does the Crimson Slaughter Emperor not participate? We could use his strength in this kind of situation. The Samsara Kut has just been established, and he cannot leave for a while, explained Yu Yen casually. Some people eyed her, while others accepted this explanation. According to my son's arrangements, in time of emergency, Su Shi will become the regent until his return. Everyone was surprised by this news, not only because a regent was appointed but also because it was the Void Time Empress. It would make sense for someone closely related to the Heavenly Emperor to be chosen, let alone someone who originated from a faction that once was the Dao opening sect's greatest opponent. Wouldn't it be more acceptable for you to take the position? After all, you're his mother, suggested someone. Since my son chose her, he must have a reason, explained Yu Yen. Now, she will take over the meeting. Despite being elected leader and standing at the front of the throne room, Su Shi did not sit on the throne. She faced everyone standing up. This is a dire situation, meaning we cannot hold back. Some of you have secretly cultivated eternal insurgents, and they must show up for this battle, declared Su Shi. Everyone frowned. They knew this was an open secret everyone agreed to keep quiet about, but now, it would be brought to the surface. Does that include the Dao opening sect as well? Yes, nodded Su Shi. Our objective is to hold on as long as possible, so we need all the manpower we can get. Then, why isn't the Buddha Zen Emperor here? He's in another world and will also be summoned for this battle. Everyone nodded, as only this way would things be fair. Su Shi turned to Ao Shin and said, tell the innate demon gods they must participate in this war, and it's non-negotiable. Ao Shin frowned. Is this wise? We've kept them isolated for so long, and the first time we released them, they must fight for us. They're fighting for themselves, Su Shi rebutted. Tell them this is the perfect opportunity to show the world they belong here. After this war, we will have no issue with trusting them. Their leaders had reached 5-star primarchs, so the myriad emperor world could not pass on such an eternal class powerhouse, knowing the full force of the commerce hub was heading to them. Very well, nodded the Black Dragon. Although this battle is to protect our interests and allies, there will still be benefits. The military list system will be activated, and you can gain merit for your contributions. Even the resources used in the war will also be repaid once we are victorious. Su Shi finally saw some vigor and motivation from these people, and she finally understood why Wang Wei would show disdain sometimes when talking to them. From this point of view, their greed is truly easy to be noticed. Any question? can we know a rough timeline for when the Heavenly Emperor will return? These people were not stupid, so they knew they could not bully the other worlds in the endless void without such a big boss to back them. And without his presence, they do not feel reassured. Su Shi did not answer but looked at Yu Yan. We only need to resist the initial attack, and he will return. Those words were both relieving and worrying. Some people wanted to believe them, while others feared that the suddenness of everything indicated that something had happened to the Emperor. Anything else? Who is the commander of this expedition? Tai Gang did an excellent job, so he will be reused again. Unless you have a better option. No, he was brilliant in the former war. I have a follow-up. Should we tell our troops that the Emperor was missing? One reason we won the previous battle was the high morale. That's indeed something worth pondering, uttered Su Shi. She did not immediately decide but instead looked at Tai Gang. What do you think? We have two options, lie and fake the presence of His Majesty. However, if he does not show up soon, the lie will crumble, dealing a devastating blow to our troops' morale, Tai Gang said. As for the second option, he looked at Yu Yan hesitantly. Don't worry, you can say what's on your mind, she reassured. We can use the Queen Mother's name, said Tai Gang calmly. Tell the troops the enemy kidnapped her to force His Majesty to sign a non-intervention contract. Then, we can use the banner of avenging the Emperor's grievance and saving the Queen to boost morale and motivate them. Yu Yan grunted silently. She knew the Queen Mother's identity and pondered the consequences of using her name in vain. Do it, she said decisively after a few seconds. Now that everything has been settled, let's begin mobilization, declared Su Shi. Outside the court, what do you think? Asked Hu Fenghuang through divine sense. Either something truly happened, or he's scheming something from the shadows, replied Ao Shin. What will you do if it's the former? Ascension, he said directly. Without the Heavenly Emperor present, the myriad Emperor world's glorious destiny of spreading throughout the lower dimension will come to an end. He and every top powerhouse knew this. It'll probably do the same. Really? Given how ambitious you are, I thought you would stay for more power and benefit, sneered Ao Shin. I could say the same to you, replied Hu Fenghuang before looking in the distance. We've built something beautiful despite our short time. And I know it would be only a matter of time before it's destroyed due to infighting. So, if he's not here to suppress everything, I would rather leave than watch everything crumble apart. Fair. Ao Shin teleported away to his duty while Hu Fenghuang returned to the ancient clan. What happened in the court spread like wildfire through the dream world. In less than 30 minutes, all citizens of the myriad Emperor world knew about it. Then, the news spread to the servers connected to other world communities. Then, everyone began rallying under one banner and ideal: save the Queen Mother and avenge the Emperor. Although people only knew in passing that the Heavenly Emperor had a Dao companion and never saw her, this did not change their support for their wise and benevolent ruler. Heavenly Court, Su Shi stood before a formation with a projection of Feng Heng before him. How are things going on your side? Amitabha. This poor monk feels aggrieved. Oh. The Vajrayana Buddha Emperor has postponed our Dao debate for thousands of years, giving me all kinds of ridiculous excuses. It's understandable. His branch has just been established and is only a small budding tree. Debating on the Dharma with you would be suicide, especially if it's in public before his followers. Feng Heng sighed deeply. Why did you summon this poor monk? Did something happen? Su Shi filled him in on the situation. If I remember correctly, the ancient spirit world is part of the commerce hub, so they should have received the mobilization notice. Now that you mention it, this poor monk did notice their behaviors were more abnormal than usual. If they follow the order, you will face 2 Eternals. Do you need backup? Asked Su Shi. No, this might be the opportunity this poor monk has sought. Are you sure? Feng Heng nodded firmly. If you say so, Su Shi will no longer insist. As a powerhouse, he should know his limits and accurately measure his abilities. After ending the conversation, she contacted her allies. Everyone accepted the summon, and the only trouble was Wrath openly admitting that her legions would not be composed of her neo-devils but of the original inhabitants of the Chaos Bell world. Su Shi understood her need to prevent her people, who already have a declining population, from participating in such a large-scale and brutal war. She was more than satisfied with Wrath, an eternal powerhouse, for showing up. Su Shi's next step was to contact the Turtle King in the Martial Hegemony world, but she received an emergency communication from the Star Beast world. "Tell me you're coming," said Tong Ruobing. "You're coming, right? What happened? I haven't heard from your mouth that you're coming." "We are," said Su Shi calmly. "So, calm down. We are surrounded, and there are simply too many of them," sighed Tong Ruobing. "I knew the commerce hub was a colossal giant, but I did not expect to be this level." She gritted her teeth. "What is that bastard Wang Wei playing at? I know there is no way something would happen to him." "Watch your words," warned Su Shi with a furrowed brow. "Whatever," replied Tong Ruobing. "I will send you an image of how many troops they have, and you tell me if my anger is unjustified." She already knew she was a pawn in this entire situation and had technically volunteered for the role, but she did not expect things to be so severe. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1099 More Troops. Su Shi frowned as she saw the entire void covered by people. The situation was worse than expected. "Do you see this?" continued Tong Ruobing. "According to my calculations, if I take into account all our troops, including the one from our allies, they will outnumber us by 1 to a billion. In other words, for every soldier in the myriad Emperor world and their allies, the Commerce Hub will have a billion. The top powerhouse will have a ratio of 120, and even eternal class powerhouses will be 1 to 5. Do you understand my anger now?" Su Shi grunted softly. "There is no point in being angry now, you know what you signed up for. But I don't think anyone ever expected this level of retaliation, including him." "That's hard to say. Anyway, we need a plan to deal with the situation." Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes. "I'm all ears." "We can use the same tactics as the Martial Hegemony world." "You mean resang the dead?" "Yes." That might work. Although the people won't be happy using their ancestors as cannon fodder, we can't care about them for now," commented Tong Ruobing. "Any other suggestions? Do you think we should use the same 4 layers tactic from the previous war?" "I'm not sure. The greatest achievement of that tactic was Li Jun's slaughter, but we don't have anyone like that anymore. Li Jun slaughtered so many soldiers and mortal cultivators, which drastically reduced the battle process of the Martial Hegemony world." "We do," said Su Shi. "You forgot Wang Tian." "Oh, right, he did slip my mind," said Tong Ruobing with shining eyes. However, they soon dimmed. "The Commerce Hub is not the Martial Hegemony world. They have plenty of expert array masters to destroy our array. We could use a chaotic battle to our advantage," suggested Su Shi. "How?" "If the top powerhouses do not control their strength, the shockwaves should kill many soldiers. But we'll also lose a lot of men. It's war, so being a little ruthless is okay," replied Su Shi calmly. "At worst, we will calculate how many people we can revive after the war without offending Samsara and bring them back to life." Tong Ruobing chuckled playfully. Who would have thought the famous Su Shi, known for her beauty, elegance, and docile nature, would one day become so ruthless? Time is really the greatest catalyst for change. Su Shi ignored her teasing. "Why haven't they started attacking yet?" "With Mulay's help, I've condensed a potent talisman that is protecting our entire world community. It's buying us time, but it won't last long. Why not condense its power to only protect the Star Beast world? What if these people destroy all the worlds in the lower realm? They are a main source of troops, so I can't abandon them. Su Shi nodded and continued discussing how to proceed with this upcoming war. After the conversation, she communicated with the Turtle King and realized how severe the situation truly was. The martial hegemony world was also surrounded, and the number was astronomical. She finally understood the scale and power of the commerce hub. The martial hegemony world used the Heavenly Court Array, a powerful defensive array linking the main court with all the heavenly courts in the lower realm. However, their formation was not as good as Tong Rubing's talisman, so they won't last long. After the debriefing, Su Shi immediately called a meeting with the War Room and Tai Gang to discuss the new discovery. If we need more soldiers, we can send 95% of our troops, leaving only 5% to defend ourselves, someone suggested. Wouldn't that mean the defense home would be left wide open? Not necessarily. The mortal craft scholars cannot partake in aggressive expeditions, but their powers can be used to defend their homes from aggression. So, they are a military force of their own in this war. Indeed. Not just them, but the mortal civilizations as well, added another advisor. But wouldn't their limit of Tier 4 strength eliminate them from this war? Not if we isolate a part of the world where the rules have been changed so no one can exert power greater than Tier 4. That's a good idea. The meeting was swift, and everyone was in a hurry. Su Shi was decisive, making the best decision quickly. She then headed to see Old Man Tianji, tasking Heavenly Dao with creating a battle zone for the mortal civilization using Order-Disorder Dao. Meanwhile, news spread about an upcoming change to the world and the fact that mortals might have to participate in this fight. The response to this news was not worry or fear but celebration. The mortal civilizations have always wanted to flex their military might, and an opportunity was presented. It was the same for the mortal Dao clans. The world had been too peaceful under the Heavenly Emperor's reign, so they had little to no chance of showing their strength and putting these cultivators into their place. Su Shi's work had just begun, so she sprang to action. After solving the issue with Old Man Tanaji, her voice echoed throughout the entire world community, from across space and time, from the ancient to the modern day. I command the bodies of all the dead to rise and face this imminent catastrophe. The world trembled slightly, followed by countless dead creatures crawling from the grave. Some were perfectly intact, others had failing body parts or were simply bones. In worlds across the entire dimension, the dead rose up for this battle. But this was not the end. The river of time manifested above the heavens, and dead soldiers suddenly rushed in trove, covering the sky black. Dead bodies from different periods or eras rushed into the present. There were humans, demons, sea races, devils, Buddhist monks, and innate demon gods. Su Shi looked at the result and nodded in satisfaction. Although most of these soldiers were mortal cannon fodder, there were enough to make a difference. No reaction from samsara, so it means I did the right thing, not involve these people's souls and only use their bodies, she thought before teleporting to the other allied worlds to do the same. These emperors might be powerful, but they did control time or samsara law, so it would be best if she were the one who did it. Yu Clan, Yu Yan watched everything happening and muttered, "Do we need more soldiers? I can help." She transmitted her voice to the world community as well. The darkness in the human heart is vile, disgusting, and disturbing, making it a formidable force. I command them to become soldiers and serve me. As her voice echoed throughout millions of worlds, people found that a black orb was forced out of their bodies. The orb, a physical manifestation of the darkness in their hearts, morphed into black and hideous soldiers prepared for battle. Yu Yan watched everything with a smile before commanding these darkness soldiers to head to different battle stations for this war. Dream world, I guess I can do something, muttered Dong Lifan. Nightmare soldiers condense. The entire dream world trembled before countless soldiers dressed in black gold and a dreamy atmosphere condensed from the nightmare of all sentient beings. They rushed to different posts for this upcoming war. Ancient clan, Wu Fenghuang watched the changes in the world and uttered a single word, war. The war character manifested above the sky in the myriad emperor world before releasing countless soldiers clad in blood-red armor. During the Heavenwell battle, she exchanged experiences with Li Jun and learned about the war aspect of her slaughter Dao, which she was now using for this upcoming battle. Guardian world, I should be able to help my world in this time of need, shouldn't it? She muttered with a smile. She raised her palm to condense a pill, soldier pill. As the pill flew to the sky, it created soldiers dressed in glorious green. By now, the sky and the earth were covered in soldiers. Omicron M. The war room cheered in excitement after seeing so many new troops. They also had access to the puppet legions, which had recuperated and improved after the last war. The Dao opening sect even offered its latest puppet models, modeled after the terracotta warriors from the Great Qin dynasty. They now had more hope of holding on until His Majesty showed up and ended this charade, so they immediately began dispatching troops to different battlefields. Samsara Kut, Li Jun calmly sat on a black throne, thumping his fingers on the armrest. He was not in a good mood despite his calm exterior. This kind of war was the kind of thing he would love to partake in and enjoy, but he could only watch. For a moment, he truly regretted taking on this position. Li Jun could only sigh and close his eyes. His mood would further be ruined if he continued watching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1100 Relaxing. The world was in chaos, and a war involving powerhouses from a third of the lower dimension was about to occur. So, where was the man responsible for this momentous event? He was enjoying himself in a small golden pool, holding a drink with one working arm and 10 screens floating before him. Everything is proceeding smoothly, thought Wang Wei, sipping his drink. His plan was straightforward. He faked his disappearance, forcing the commerce hub to retaliate by sending a significant portion of their troops, thus leaving their headquarters wide open. So, he sneaked in to secretly refine the core of the headquarters/continent, thus gaining control of the hub's greatest weapon or reliance. His plan even predicted Tian Wenyan's careful personality and retreat, making it easier for him to take control of the continent without the president's interference. Now, I just need to wait for the right time to start the second step, thought Wang Wei before closing the screens. His injuries should heal with the Dao holy water in less than a week. So, he focused his attention on something else, Emperor Jia's inheritance. The paradox ceremony is useless, thought Wang Wei. The only outcome if he tries to use this ceremony a second time is true heavenly Dao's detection. However, he expected this as the heavenly book would not want someone else to benefit from his knowledge. However, this inheritance has become the key for me, continued Wang Wei. Despite this flaw, he still benefited immensely from the inheritance. Firstly, he learned much more about Dao bodies and the realm of taboo, so he can try to use his science and technology world to see if he can enter it without using the dark truth. Secondly, the ceremony process involved numerous unique knowledge from different chaos worlds, allowing him to do a few things, such as developing a few preliminary ceremonies. He created a ceremony that combined with the deception array to delay the dissipation of the four-symbol mirror, a ceremony that combined with the array found in the Qin treasury to delay the dissipation of Dao will manifestation/true will artifacts, and lastly and more importantly, a ceremony that allowed him to fuse his existence with the concept or idea of the heavenly emperor. In other words, his plan will finally succeed. From now on, people must erase the entire heavenly emperor era that has influenced the lower dimension to kill him. Success is truly an intoxicating thing, chuckled Wang Wei before closing his eyes to complete his ceremonies. Star Beast World Community, Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing floated above the sky, looking in the distance. Are you nervous? Asked Tong Ruobing. A little. You have me, so what do you have to worry about? Tong Ruobing said as she held his hand tightly. You have a point, he replied with a smile. The two enjoyed the peace and quiet for a few minutes before receiving direct communication from the dream world, so they closed their eyes. "The cavalry is finally here," muttered Tong Ruobing as she activated her talisman to open a barrier in her protection to allow the troops to enter. Then, they were shocked as they saw the large number. "With all these troops, the ratio should be 1 to 500 million, commented Tong Ruobing. "Given they should be sending troops to the martial hegemony world, this is an outrageous number." "Now, we can breathe," commented Muley. Tai Gang was among the first groups to teleport, so he rushed to them to report the war room strategy for this battle and how they should coordinate with the other eternal powerhouses like Ji Lanfang and Wrath. "Okay," nodded Tong Ruobing before she started the preparatory work. "Ready?" asked Muley, looking her in the eyes. "Of course," replied Tun Ruobing, squeezing his hand. She deactivated the talisman, unleashing the horde of soldiers with the desire to eradicate everything in their path. "Activate the formation," ordered Tai Gang, and the enemy was immediately divided into 4 layers. However, things were slightly different from the martial hegemony world. The first layer previously contained immortal powerhouses that served as lieutenants or commanders to their legions, just like Tai Gang. Now, it only contained the soldiers and no powerhouses. The third layer formerly contained all immortal powerhouses, including insurgents. Now, it is only for immortal venerables and Dao ancestors, while the 4th floor is for all insurgents and eternal powerhouses. Tai Gang looked at 2 people and said, "Remember, kill as many people as possible since we will not have long." "No problem," replied Wang Tian before rushing into the 3rd layer with the immortal powerhouses. Meanwhile, Dong Lifend headed to the 2nd layer to kill the mortal powerhouses. Jin Mengyao, with a current 5-leaf strength and other powerhouses like Di Jiaying, was placed as commander of a legion and tasked with killing as many soldiers as possible. Atomizing cut, Wang Tian swung his swords, and thousands of immortal venerables and Dao ancestors dissipated as if their bodies were sand and a gust of wind had just blown them away. The enemy changed tactics after a few cuts and killing thousands of souls. They started using world explosion talismans, which were refined to recreate the explosion process of a Dao ancestor's inner world. These powerhouses had thousands of these talismans, but they were useless. Wang Tian swung his sword, cutting through the explosion and their body and soul. He was like a sword god of death, reaping thousands of immortals with one swing of his sword. The commander of the Commerce Allied Force, a woman with the name Deng Chang, gritted her teeth before choosing another tactic. She sent powerhouses from the mortal heart world to target the enemy's Dao heart since force was obviously not the answer. However, Wang Tian's sword cut their Dao heart instead, forcing them to commit suicide before continuing his slaughter. The enemy used the tactic of suddenly increasing their strength to insurgents to catch Wang Tian off guard, but the formation immediately sent them to the 4th layer. "Tell these people in the 4th layer to break the formation by force," ordered Deng Chang. The array masters were taking too long for her liking. The 3rd to 1st layers suffered innumerable casualties in such a brief period, including 2 promising talents with 1 root strength and more than 10 with immortal venerable strength, who died under the hands of that woman named Dong Lifin. Wang Tian just finished killing a group of Dao ancestors that linked hundreds of inner worlds through formation before slicing a group of Beast Masters from Beast Master World, followed by a group of madmen from the Myriad Armament World that forcefully fused their inner world with an Emperor artifact to give them a boost in stats. Most of them were teleported to the upper layer, while the remaining ones who failed the fusion died under Wang Tian's sword. Crack! Wang Tian noticed cracks appearing in his surroundings. Is the formation about to collapse? In that case, let's finish this with a bang. His words began to glow with intense light before slashing. Everyone in the 3rd layer heard the sound of something breaking, but nothing changed in their surroundings. No one died, or no spatial tear materialized. Then, everybody's aura dramatically waned as they lost their motivation to fight in this war. It was like they were forced to come here, and they resented every single second they had to spend in this heaven-forsaken void. Some wise individuals had figured out what Wang Tian had done. He cut their morale. I have never hated these swordsmen as much as I do today. Deng Chang gritted her teeth, forgetting the fact her Dao companion was a swordsman. Hurry up and prepare for the real battle. Wang Tian left the formation before it finally crashed to return to the back. His current strength was temporary since he had not experienced the final fusion with his incarnations. He still wanted to train them individually to the limit before the final fusion. He saw Dong Lifeng was also waiting. Done. Yes. How was the result? I killed all of them, she replied calmly, and Wang Tian gave her a thumbs up. Although the second layer did not have all the enemy's powerhouses, it was still a significant blow to them after losing so many cultivators. Are you going to continue fighting? He asked. I don't know yet, replied Dong Lifeng. Tai Gang recommended that I return home or go to the martial hegemony battlefield to prevent the enemy from targeting me. But I haven't decided. I recommend you go to the other battlefield and help our side from the shadow, cast nightmare curses on the enemy or something to slow them down and give our soldiers a chance to win. Dong Lifeng nodded as this was one of the plans she considered. Her hesitation stemmed from wondering if there was a better way to help. Wang Tian said no more as he focused his sight on the battlefield. His worry was not for his wife but for his father, who wanted to test out his new eternal class strength in this war. According to him, this was training for his fight against 9 Sunday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1101 Don't do something stupid. Today is my birthday, and am craving some attention as I ponder my passing mortality. So, give me some love in the comments. Mu Lei looked in the distance, silently waiting. He wore black martial clothes with short sleeves, showing his muscular arm. He looked at his wife, and they nodded to each other. Tong Ruobing pointed at him, and tattoos or talisman runes manifested on his arms. They had a plan, and it was time to implement it. With all these talisman buffs, he was in peak shape for the battle. So, he activated his awakening, which was one of the more subtle ones, as 10 stars appeared on his pupil. When the formation activated, the insurgents and eternal powerhouses rushed into the 4th layer. A lightning dragon materialized around Mu Lei's fists, and he rushed forward. He bypassed a few pseudo-eternals and genuine eternals, heading directly for the immortal sovereigns. He exploded a demonic immortal sovereign before rushing to another and punching through her heart. Bang! A palm attack hit Mu Lei on his back, but he tanked it with his flesh and the defensive talisman. Purple gold divine punishment thunder. The sky above the void changed as lightning bolts descended from the heavens to kill as many immortal sovereigns and pseudo-eternals as possible. People resisted, and the other eternals rushed toward him, but Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing ignored them and continued evading and targeting the weaker members. After the lightning bolt stopped, the vibration of thunder followed, killing more people by either exploding their bodies or directly targeting their souls. After all, thunder is the nemesis of everything evil and yin in nature. Gravity pull. Mu Lei's star beast body is enough, thus achieving its own gravity rotation and pull. So, he released all its power, pulling countless people toward him. They tried to resist, but the pulling force was truly terrifying. Lightning Dominion. Mu Lei controlled the electrical impulses in these people's bodies and exploded them from the inside. As for the people whose bodies were entirely conceptual, it did not matter as they once contained lightning, and were thus susceptible to this technique. Weight-crushing fist. He appeared before a young female immortal sovereign and punched her. He converted the nearly incalculable weight of his body into a crushing force, turning her into meat paste. Mu Lei used a second punch to destroy the array surrounding him before rushing to another target. An eternal with strength near his peak 5-fold rushed to annihilate Mu Lei, but he activated a talisman on his body and teleported from the attack, reaching another target. He raised his palm to point at the enemy, releasing a terrifying force that exploded them into a blood mist. Before he could move, chains captured Mulay's legs and arms, sealing all his movement. The years spent in the dream world to increase his battle experience activated, and he realized his gluteus maximus muscles were still working, so he farted. However, this was not just a normal fart, but a fart backed by an infinite amount of mass from Mulay's true body. This technique's terrifying force and unexpectedness caused devastating damage. The chains broke apart, and the people closest to them turned into disintegrated particles. Mulay took advantage of the surprise and chaos to kill a few more people. He blew his breath, generating a powerful tornado that dispersed the surrounding chaotic space-time energy. He raised his palm to force out one of the muscles from his body before using it as a whip to kill people. Tong Ruobing suddenly appeared behind him, and they stood back to back. They looked around, already surrounded. "How many did you kill?" she asked. 17, you. 21, together, they killed 38 Eternal-class powerhouses, and that's not counting the countless insurgents who died in the aftermath of their rampage. Mulay frowned. This number might have looked impressive, given who they were killing, but it was nothing compared to the enemy's sheer number advantage. They're about to destroy the formation, meaning the real battle is about to start. How about we leave them with a gift? Mulay said, and Tong Ruobing nodded, understanding what she meant. What? Can't let go of your precious baby. Tong Ruobing complained, I just feel it was wasteful to use it in this battle, given how long it took me to make it. You should have enough resources for another one after this battle, but I can't do anything about the time issue, replied Mulay. Enough chit-chats. Let's do this. Tong Ruobing reinforced the buff he gave him, ensuring his strength remained the same as hers and did not drop to lower five-fold. Then, she pointed to his forehead to place a white talisman inside his sea of consciousness. Mulay's body started to grow to a colossal size. He was so large that the gravity he released started pulling the nearest great thousand world, billions of light years away. Stopped him, yelled an eternal emperor with gray eyes as if he were blind. However, it was too late. Explode, roared Mulay. His enormous body detonated, releasing a maelstrom of energy, killing an incalculable number of individuals on both sides despite his controlling the power to rush toward the enemy. Tong Ruobing's Nirvana rune, which she has been researching since she heard of longevity resources, activated, and Mulay revived himself, perfectly intact albeit a little paler and weaker than before. It's your turn, he said, and Tong Ruobing prepared for her gift. Don't do anything stupid, suddenly said a voice in her mind. Wang Wei. Why are you stopping me? There will be severe consequences if you use the corrupted blood from the Abyss Gap. Consequences? But I've calculated it 1,000,000 times and took all kinds of precautions, she rebutted. You're messing with forces beyond your comprehension, said Wang Wei. I'm starting to regret letting you keep that blood, don't make me take it back. Fine, said Tong Ruobing. But now that you're here, can you do something? The situation is not looking too good for us. No, it's not time for me to show up yet. Not enough people have died, and not everyone has taken the bait. Not enough people dead. Is this your objective? Counter the balance mechanisms by creating this war to kill as many powerhouses as possible, asked Tong Ruobing, putting a few pieces together. No comment, replied Wang Wei. Although he understood the balance mechanism's necessity and was okay with playing the game, he could still show his dissatisfaction with being restricted in other ways. Anyway, I have blessed you with great luck and fortune, so there is little chance that something will happen to you. But if true Heavenly Dao notices your action and is angered, it could intervene, and your protection will mean shit, rebutted Tong Ruobing. Haven't people told you before that you don't have to show your intelligence? You should not say certain things out loud even if you know it. What the fuck does that even mean? Forget it, your actions just reminded me of a bastard, replied Wang Wei. As I was about to say, consider this battle a preparatory training for the hell you'll suffer once you ascend and the real war begins. This is not a valid excuse for your inaction and putting so many lives at risk, swiftly said Tong Ruobing, but no one answered. Hello, are you there? Still no answer. Damn that bastard. What happened? Asked Muley. It's Wang Wei, she said through divine sense, and explaining the entire situation. I told you I had a bad feeling about this plan, replied Muley. That blood is dangerous, and you should not mess with it. At least wait until we're more powerful to explore. So, you're on his side. Muley's lips twitched, of course not. As always, you're always correct. Tong Ruobing gave him an annoyed look before exhaling deeply. Maybe you're right, I've been too obsessed. Her competitive nature got the best of her as she thought the drop of blood was the key to surpassing Wang Wei. Now, as she realized she may have been on a precipice of a horrifying calamity. I'm glad you can understand, nodded Muley. Many people think his wife is headstrong, cruel, and an opportunist who will do anything for profit and benefit, but he knows that she tends to take things too far, and most of the time, it's not out of malice, especially regarding any form of competition or race. After the little gift, the enemies suffered tremendously, but their forces outnumbered the myriad Emperor world's allied forces. However, the real battle was about to start, as countless emperors showed up, including Yu Yan and a few from the myriad Emperor world, Wrath, Ji Lanfang, Shi Qian, and Shi Shangyan. The demon-suppressing emperor and the others took their positions in the martial hegemony world. Everyone was surrounded by 3 to 5 eternal powerhouses, who glared at each other while releasing their aura. Ji Lanfang seemed calm compared to everyone, holding a sword in one hand and drinking from a gourd in another. He first saluted his friend's wife with a nod before waving his sword to Wang Tian in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102 Gou Dao. After waking up to chat with Tong Ruobing and preventing the sense of foreboding he felt, he continued observing this battle. Something out of his control almost happened, so he needed to be on guard. Although we're outnumbered, our top powerhouses outclasses them, thought Wang Wei. Their most powerful emperor is him. He shook his head as he looked at the handsome young man. Well, their rematch should be interesting. Wang Wei shifted his focus to something else, and a wide grin appeared on his face. The bait is hooked. His plans are never simple, and they usually knock countless birds with one stone, and one of the targeted birds this time around was the corpse-selling sect. So, he engineered a situation full of death and macabre for these people. He does not believe these people would not be influenced by their founder's weird infatuation with death and corpses. Now that the stage was prepared, he only needed to wait. You'll definitely find your headquarters this time and remove this annoying cancer, thought Wang Wei before focusing on other aspects of this battle. What's this? He noticed someone bypassing the precautionary measures he placed in the abyss gap to prevent someone from breaking the seal. However, with this war, he had to deploy all his people, thus reducing the former security measures. Is this some kind of cult whose mission is to release the abomination from the gap? Given how he once killed an infected individual in the myriad Emperor world, this was not impossible. He suspected there were others, and they all had the same objective. No, this is just a cover, muttered Wang Wei. This person is another upper dimension spy. Didn't I catch them all? After saying these words, he suddenly remembered a song from his childhood on Earth, distracting him for a second. He shook his head to concentrate. I may have underestimated these parasites. Many groups were sent to the lower dimension, Parasites group, Number One's group, and now he found a third one. And from the looks of it, this group was unknown to the others. He smiled as his plan accidentally lured someone into the bait, and he could not be happier. With a thought, the spy appeared before him, dressed in all black to cover his face. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wang Wei, his body began to deform as he rapidly liquefied into a green goo. Wang Wei's first instinct was to stop the process, but his danger intuition activated, and he teleported him away instead. What a terrifying restriction, muttered Wang Wei. He could feel a vicious curse from this person, and if he were hit, he would either die or suffer a fate worse than death. He frowned, thinking about this third group of spies. He wondered whether there were more, and more importantly, how they completely hid from him. The hidden eighth moon, disaster paragon, thought Wang Wei. From my analysis, this man should be an expert at hiding and avoiding danger. However, from his character profile, he should never send a spy as that could compromise his safety. According to his analysis, the disaster paragon epitomizes Gou Dao or Dog Dao. These people refuse direct confrontation, participating in secret realms to compete for treasure or save the damsel in distress. They cultivate peacefully behind closed doors to reach higher realms and avoid catastrophe or major events in the cultivation world like a plague. They are cautious and patient and live by the creed of minimizing risks and danger. They would prefer to spend millions of years in closed cultivation rather than take the danger of a secret realm with a treasure or resources they obviously need. Lastly, their core ideology is to bully people with higher realms. Their mentality is, the enemy is a talented eternal with threefold battle strength, and my cultivation is 65% Grand Dao source, and I can easily defeat them. No, let's wait until we're Empyreans and destroy them with absolute force. So, with Wang Wei's obvious destiny to end the current era of the upper dimension, the disaster paragon's first instinct is to run away and hide, not intervene in the affairs of the lower dimension. Let's put these sneaky people on the watch list, thought Wang Wei before focusing on somebody else, the steward. Primordial Demon World, Your Majesty, have you decided? Asked the steward, showing the utmost respect to this monkey, who was dressed in white gold armor and sitting on a golden throne. I want to ally with you and fight in this war, I really do, replied Yi Dafu, also known as the Heaven-Earth Disaster Emperor. He once wanted to take the name above Heaven Emperor, but his sect convinced him otherwise. According to them, he can keep this name in the lower dimension but not in the eternal ascension world. May I ask what is stopping you? First, I'm still mad I had to pay that bastard to become a heavenly emperor, said Yi Dafu. You should compensate me or something. I'm afraid this is impossible, as the other members had to follow the same rules, the steward calmly explained. However, the alliance has other benefits to make up for it. And that's when the second problem arose, said the monkey as he picked his nose. Those elders who like to talk a lot said the benefits were not enough for me to participate in a war where it looked like we were on the losing side. But we are not on the losing side, the steward rebutted. You know it's impossible for us to lose with my master around. But he hasn't shown himself, replied the monkey, flickering his bugger to someone on the side of the courtroom. The representative seemed used to this kind of behavior, so he calmly waved his wand to dissipate the bugger. That's because. Little monkey, you know I'm not dead, so why are you playing hard to get? Wang Wei. Where are you, bastard? Show yourself. Why do I need to show up? So I can fight you again, I want a revenge match. I don't fight cowards, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Coward? You dare call me a coward? Red veins surfaced on the monkey's neck and eyes. The Yi Dafu I knew was always ready for battle. But the one before me is a coward who is refusing to participate in the biggest war in the lower dimension since the innate acquired war. So, no, I won't fight you. Bastard, roared Yi Dafu, shaking the entire primordial demon world. His aura forced 99% of demons to cower in fear. Your Majesty, don't. Shut up, he said, looking at the person who spoke with red eyes. I know he's baiting me. The spoken court minister smiled wryly while lowering his head. If you know someone is baiting you and you actively fall for it, there is no difference if you don't know. Prepare all our troops, we're participating in this war, declared Yi Dafu. And you, bastard Wang, once this is over, I want my rematch. Even though you know you can't win. Doesn't matter. My anger will not be abated without smacking you a few times with my pole. Well, I respect that, chuckled Wang Wei before communicating through divine senses with the steward. All this effort, and he accepted the offer after angering him, sighed the steward. Who knew it would be so easy? You're not giving the monkey his respect. You mean this outburst was a facade? Steward asked in shock. The elders in his court have been doing everything possible to rein in his unruly personality for their own selfish motives so he could be a better heavenly emperor. However, he was sick of it and used this opportunity to do as he pleases. The steward smiled wryly. It's true, no one who can become an eternal emperor is ever simple. Truer words have never been said, commented Wang Wei. Anyway, you don't need to head to the ancient spirit world. Did something happen? The ancient spirit was an associate of the commerce hub, so they were last in line for an alliance. Yes, they've chosen their sides, replied Wang Wei. That's a shame. So, what's my next assignment? Do you want me to return home to partake in the war? No need. Go to these worlds and see if they can join our alliances. Wang Wei gave him a list before his presence disappeared. Ancient Spirit World, Feng Heng sat cross-legged on a mat inside a small wooden cabin, moving the prayer beard using his right hand. This was a terrible location for an honored guest such as himself, but he did not mind the latter's attempt to humiliate or portray him in a terrible light. Once they showed him his abode, he thanked the guide and calmly lived in this hut. Feng Heng slowly opened his eyes, stopped the prayer bead, and sighed. The hut suddenly exploded into pieces, but he remained calm. He looked at the two people before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103 Philosophical Clash. Khutulun wore a blue deal with designs of a black wolf, a golden sash around her waist, and a headdress with colorful beads and buttons perfectly intertwined with her long hair. She exuded an aura of beauty, grace, and power. Meanwhile, her brother Taoyui wore red and gold monk robes, had a bald head, and clasped his hands together. He had a more peaceful aura with a well-hidden fierceness. His arm was slightly muscular for a monk, which only accentuated his warrior sub-aura. Amitabha, said Feng Heng, remaining calm after these intruders essentially attacked him. He looked at Taoyui and said, Venerable, is this necessary? We are monks, so why resolve to use violence to solve our issue? I also don't want to use violence, but I don't have a choice, Taoyui replied. We cannot disobey the commerce's hub orders. You know of the rumors about His Majesty. Do you think something really happened to him? Why did you choose the losing side in this battle? If nothing happens to him, why hasn't he shown up? Because he's playing chess with the entire world, Feng Heng explained calmly. That's why our people are willing to follow him and fight in this war that seems hopeless by all accounts. We know as long as we follow him, we will be the final winner. Unfortunately, we do not have this kind of blind faith. Feng Heng looked at him briefly before shifting his eyes to Khutulun. Shadow Monarch Empress, why don't you be the voice of reason and stop your brother? Monk, don't waste your time, replied Khutulun. Since we chose to walk this path, we will see it through to the end. They've been a duo since she was young, with his brother being the brain and she being the muscle. So, she usually left all the decisions to him, even if she sometimes disagreed. Feng Heng exhaled deeply, not hiding his frustration. So, he said, why don't we stop this nonsense? This poor monk knows you chose this path because you don't want to partake in the public Dharma discussion. Taoyui frowned, since you know the truth, why beat around the bush? I just wish Venerable would come to his senses, replied Feng Heng. Your new branch is susceptible to corruption, and I merely wish to prevent any future accidents. You want to talk about corruption after what you guys did throughout the lower dimension? Sneered Taoyui. We have made a mistake and atoned for it. Now, we just do not want to repeat it. You're so righteous, aren't you? Asked Taoyui mockingly. Tell me, if I decide to make a deal with you now to trust me and give me some time to develop, and before ascending, I will ensure to live measures to prevent corruption, would you accept it? Of course. Without the public Thermon debate or your interference. Feng Heng was silent. There it is, sneered Taoyui. What you want is to establish your prestige to ensure your branch of Buddhism is the mainstream. Amitabha, chanted Feng Heng. I may be a Buddha but also a man with desires and ambitions. I've spent my life for the revival of Buddhism, and I cannot allow uncontrollable variables that may cause the previous suffering. Feng Heng slowly stood up from the floor. Finally showing your true color, sneered Taoyui. And you've never hidden your ambitions, countered Feng Heng. Their eyes met, followed by their aura, which twisted the surrounding space. Luckily, they have evacuated all the civilizations and weak cultivators. This poor monk does not want to kill unnecessary lives, said Feng Heng. Your world should have a void battlefield. Let's fight there. Very well. Khutulun waved his hand to open a portal, and Feng Heng entered after checking for traps. He found himself in a large space with a very sturdy space. Boom! A magnificent flame rushed toward Feng Heng, and this was not an attack but the result of this battlefield's environment. Feng Heng activated his awakening, manifesting as a black and white mandala floating behind him. Taoyui's awakening was a red mask making a fierce look, and Khutulun had shadow wings. Suppress, Feng Heng's Proving Dao artifact, a golden prayer bead necklace, floated above those two, releasing a terrifying pressure to suppress them. Thousands of shadow tentacles rushed from Khutulun's body to strike the bead necklace, but it was useless. Luckily for her, Taoyui's arrow came to assist her. The bead trembled but remained steady. Then, a golden palm descended from the sky to suppress these two even more. A shadow covered the two siblings, and they disappeared from their location. Shadow Wind Arrow, an invisible array rushed toward Feng Heng with immeasurable speed. However, such a tactic was useless to someone with yin-yang eyes, so he casually raised his hand to catch and crush the arrow. Buddha's travel. The Buddha has escaped the physical limitation of his body and the material world. His mind is everywhere, so he can be everywhere. With one step, Feng Heng appeared before them and slapped his palm, releasing a powerful force that sent those two flying. They crashed into a thunder zone in this void battlefield, almost injuring themselves a second time. Luckily, Taoyui used a divine ability to grant them immunity from elemental damage. Shadow Creature. Two shadowy creatures appeared behind Khutulun, one with hands made of curved blades and the other with spikes on her torso, back, and legs. They appeared next to Feng Heng and tried to hack him into pieces. However, a golden light swiftly dissipated their bodies. Yin-yang Closing Disc. Two yin-yang symbols appeared above and below the siblings, trying to crush them into meat paste. And this time around, Khutulun could not use shadow teleportation. As the pressure loomed on them, Khutulun had a brilliant idea, and she disappeared from the trap. Did she use the ancient spirit realm as the medium for her teleportation? Her battle IQ is better than I expected, thought Feng Heng, looking in the distance. Fake Nirvana. Feng Heng clasped his hand, and his body released a holy light. The barbarian siblings suddenly looked dazed with a dream smile. It was like they were in an ultimate state of happiness. In some ways, that's exactly what they were feeling, peaceful, blissful, and liberated from the cycle of life and death. The siblings were enjoying the joy of achieving nirvana and obtaining the ultimate liberation of the mind. As Feng Heng was about to seal them, a light rushed out of Taoyui's head before turning into an enormous black figure with a bare upper torso, dragon head, and 1,000 arms. The figure released a fierce and warlike aura. This is... Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes rotated, and he saw the truth. This was a god created from incense by Taoyui so that his followers could visualize and accelerate their path to enlightenment. Feng Heng sighed as one of his concerns proved to be correct. The deity, which this new branch of Buddhism created, is a warrior type, thus already starting their path of putting power above studying and comprehending the Dharma. The siblings escaped the illusion of achieving nirvana with the summon of this deity. Meanwhile, tattoos appeared on Khutuluns' body as she summoned her ancient spirit, the shadow snake wolf. The angry punishing deity slapped Feng Heng with all his thousands of arms, each striking so fast that it appeared not to have moved. Simultaneously, the wolf's snake tail disappeared, heading for Feng Heng's throat. A yin-yang shield appeared to protect Feng Heng, bouncing off all the deity's powerful strikes. Even the sneak attack of the wolf's tail failed. A golden Buddha appeared behind him with thousands of hands, and he retaliated. The angry punishing deity tried to keep up as it boosted its speed even further. Sadly, Feng Heng's thousand-hand Buddha was too fast due to his yin-yang Dao, which controlled speed and slowness. Khutulun tried to assist by blessing the deity with her shadow power, making many of his hands invisible and allowing them to teleport through a shadow dimension. The attempt was futile as the golden Buddha landed blow after blow. Feng Heng even gathered the natural disasters in the void battlefield to bless his attacks with certain elemental properties. Some of his hand strikes contained flame, ice, thunder, etc. The deity roared in pain and anger as it had never felt so insulted. The anger seemed to trigger some hidden power, and its aura increased, its black skin or body turned shades of red, and it grew dozens of eyes in its dragon head. Buddha has no form and is empty, but this appearance is almost demonic, muttered Feng Heng, shaking his head. Return to your root, absolute beginning magic. As soon as he uttered these words, the deity's body began to disintegrate as it returned to its original state, a state of non-existent. Damn it, cussed Taoyui. He had spent so much time and resources to condense this powerful deity, and now, all his efforts were wasted. Veins appeared on his bald head. Calm down, said Khutulun. We need to go all out, or we won't stand a chance against him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:0 for the Khutuluns. I call upon the ancestors of the Khutulun tribe, guide and protect from this mighty foe, declared Khutulun. As soon as she uttered these words, the void battlefield had a subtle shift. A wind suddenly blows all the disaster around the siblings, bringing a cool atmosphere. 11 people of different sizes and sexes appeared, although they were tall and physically intimidating, some more than others. These summoned barbarians looked at Khutulun, and an elderly one with extreme muscles said, "You're the one who summoned us?" "Yes, tribe leader." "So, you're the 12th. Does that mean the Emperor curse should activate?" "Wait." The elderly man turned to Taoyui. "The 13th. And in one generation. The lower dimension is experiencing turmoil, so things are complicated," explained Taoyui. "That would explain why you're a monk," nodded the elderly, who was the tribe's first great emperor and the first person to hold the title of Khutulun. "I have no issue with you being a monk, but don't use it to shackle the mind of our people." "I would never," replied Taoyui. "What about your descendants and heirs?" "I will ensure this never happens." "I'll trust you," nodded Khutulun one before glancing at Feng Heng. "You call us to deal with a mighty foe, so let's concentrate on the task at hand." He frowned as he realized the severity of this situation. Their enemy had reached the lower end of the five-fold battle realm, while his two descendants only had peak three-fold, Khutulun, and middle three-fold. "This won't be easy," he said to the others. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was observing everybody. Are those the former emperors of the Khutulun tribe summoned as ancient spirits? Given how the power system of this world worked, it made sense for them to do this. Feng Heng decided to go all out for this battle and end it as soon as possible. A golden figure appeared above him before fusing with his body, turning him into a golden monk. Was that a golden body of merit? Asked Khutulun 4, a woman dressed in animal pelts with a dead lion coat hanging above her shoulder. She was beautiful with a natural, wild, and fierce aura. It does look like it, but the aura is different, added Khutulun 4, a man 3 meters tall who wore armor covering his wrists, fists, and boots but bared his torso. It's not a real golden body of merit, said Khutulun 3, the first eternal emperor of the Khutulun tribe. He was tall but skinny, but no one would underestimate him because of his stature. That's because he was born with divine strength. At age 3, he killed an ordinary bear with one punch, and at age 9, he killed a tier 1 demonic beast without even cultivating. What is it then? I don't know, I just know my intuition tells me it's not the real thing. He summoned it from the future, said Khutulun 5, a tall woman with all black deal and a headdress that made her look like it was 2 snakes frozen on both sides of her shoulder. However, her most eye-catching feature was her heterochromatic eyes, gold and silver. She was a legend in the tribe because she was a pseudo-emperor and because she once ripped those eyes from a silver-gold tiger, an innate creature, during an outing in a secret dimension from the old era. The future. He has the potential to condense a body of merit but hasn't gathered enough merit, so he used a time-based spell to summon it from the future, or a potential future. The enemy might be more troublesome than we anticipated, said Khutulun 2, a middle-aged man in a loose, bland black robe who concealed his powerful physique. He appeared to intentionally reduce his aura and presence. Ancestors, you were known for your wisdom. Do you have a plan? Asked Khutulun, who became number 12. I do, replied number 2. Before I reveal, am I to understand you know many divine abilities? Yes, nodded Toliu. Can you? No problem. Then, here is the plan, said Khutulun 2. After this quick exchange, everyone prepared for this battle. Khutulun 8, the only member of the group who practiced a professional Dao, blessed everyone with divine runes, talismans. Then, Khutulun 1 and 4 rushed toward Fongheng. The tribe's founder practiced power Dao, so his fighting style was direct and aboveboard. He punched his opponent with the force of 1,000,000 great thousand worlds, exploding simultaneously. Bang! 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 The attack did nothing to Fongheng as a golden light around his body blocked all these attacks. Even when number 3, who cultivated weapon Dao, summoned 2 massive hammers and joined on the offensive. Fongheng punched the elderly man in the face and kicked number 4 in the stomach, sending them flying away. Then, 2 flying and invisible arrows appeared out of nowhere, hitting vital parts. Fongheng frowned despite not being injured. Looking at the source, he saw Toliu, with Khutulun 9 and 10, each holding a bow and arrow. However, this was his focus as he turned to look at Khutulun 8 and 5. The Khutulun and the talisman maker blessed the arrow, but the main reason my eyes didn't detect it was because of this woman with divine eyes, summarized Fongheng. He pushed his eyes to the limit before using Buddha's travel to rush to this particular group. He considered the woman a major problem and headed directly for her. However, Khutulun 3 rushed to stop him, exchanging blows and forcing him to take a few steps backward into the void. Power Dao. No, he's a pure body refiner and seems exceptionally talented, thought Fongheng. The flesh is a poison, and the only path to freedom is a spiritual practice. Fongheng uttered these words with his lotus tongue technique, and the latter's flesh began to rot. Khutulun 3 reacted swiftly as his body turned red, countering this technique. However, Fongheng took this opportunity to temporarily seal him inside a black and white energy shield. He continued toward this threat, and once he was close to their destination, he did something that surely surprised the group. Fongheng suddenly teleported to the group of archers and unleashed a devastating palm attack. Khutulun 9 and 10 had no chance to respond and exploded into spiritual particles. Toliu was bleeding, but he did escape from Fongheng's vicinity. Feng Hing did not pursue him but looked at Khutulun 11 and said, "Vile things, vanish from my sight." Omicron M. Khutulun 11 was the shortest of the group and had a pale, almost sickly complexion. That's because his main Dao was poison and curses, which ruined his body in his early years. He never changed it after proving the Dao. When Feng Hing uttered these words, 11 knew he was done for. The golden body of merit is more efficient against vile things like poison, curses, or anything evil or demonic, which are foundations for his Dao. So, a golden light descended from the heavens and purified him into oblivion. "Damn it, does he know our plan?" asked number 4. "Possibly." "No, he doesn't," reassured Khutulun 2. "He just has a terrifying battle experience, which is odd given he's a monk. However, his aura is more ancient than normal, so that might be the cause." Khutulun knew of the dream world and its effects, but she also knew this was not the time for this kind of conversation. "What's next?" "The plan remains the same. Just be more careful." Khutulun 1, 3, and 4 became the vanguard. Khutulun fused with her wolf, boosting her strength, before turning invisible, and Khutulun 5's eyes glowed and released golden chains to provide support. Feng Hing frowned as he sensed danger. "Her chains are targeting my weak points," he thought before evading. The other heavy powerhouses followed him closely, not leaving a chance to breathe and react. Pisich. Although the sound was small, somehow, everyone heard it and momentarily paused. As they checked with their divine sense, they saw another Feng Hing appearing behind Khutulun 2 and plunging his hands on his chest. The second Khutulun looked at his rapidly dissipating body before saying calmly, "Continue the plan." He disappeared, not even batting an eye on his demise. Feng Hing did not dissolve his Yin clone and had the latter rush toward the Talisman Maker team. Khutulun 5 activated her eyes, and a moon manifested above them, releasing a light that dissolved the clone. "I see. Her eyes are just another version of the yin-yang eyes," thought Feng Hing. Gold symbolizes yang, and silver is often associated with yin. Feng Hing knew that heavenly physiques were mainly human concepts. It's rare for demons or any creatures with a powerful bloodline to have a heavenly physique. So, it's possible that Heavenly Dao modeled some of these physiques from the bloodline of the demon race, or in this case, innate life forms, since they are the original demon race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105 True Buddhism. Feng Hing remained calm before manifesting black and white chains to counter Khutulun 5's while also dealing blow-to-blow with numbers 1, 3, and 4. Khutulun 7, the woman with the lion pelt, stood in the distance, roaring at him, thus releasing a powerful shockwave attack. In World Strike, while Feng Hing was dealing with more than 4 opponents, he had already used a secret attack and just waited. Then, 2 black spears appeared out of nowhere. One impaled Khutulun 7, and the other attacked the Talisman Maker. Khutulun 7 practiced Beast Dao and had an abnormal beast-like instinct, but it was too late for her to react. Like every emperor in the myriad emperor world, Feng Hing studied all the battles from this generation's heaven will. So, he once noticed one of Wang Just techniques where she entered a two-dimensional space. Intrigued, he created his own version by entering the Yin dimension or the Yin world, a place outside the material world where yin and yang are not balanced. On the contrary, only yin exists. He sent his attacks on that world to sneak attack his opponent. Feng Hing calmly watched the result of his actions. Number 7 died with a shocked expression, while number 8, the Talisman Maker, only injured her shoulder as number 6's eyes detected something at the last minute to save her. Swish! Khutulun 12 appeared out of nowhere and stabbed Feng Hing in the back. However, her dagger could not penetrate his golden body protection. However, she seemed rather calm by this fact. As Feng Hing was about to take action, he sensed something attacking his soul. As expected, Khutulun's attack was from the shadow of his soul. However, this technique was useless to him, as he had seen it during her fight against Su Shi during the Gu Xian trial. He would not fall for something he was already aware of. Feng Heng slightly underestimated Khutulun 12. After so many years, how would her technique not evolve? The shadow of the soul was just the beginning, as her attack also contained the Buddhist shadow. However, it was not the ordinary shadow that a human figure created. No, it was deeper than this. Her technique involved the idea that even the atoms in a body have their own shadow, and she controlled them to attack her enemy from the inside. He targeted their essence. Such a brilliant move, and Feng Heng's mistake should have been the opportunity to wound her opponent severely. Sadly, Khutulun 12 or anyone in this battle underestimated the defense of a golden body of merit, even the future possibility one, and of the lowest levels. The golden light around Feng Heng's body appeared on every atom of his body to protect him. "Do it now," said Khutulun 12, whose attack failed. She ordered the others who had already surrounded Feng Heng to move, and they all activated the talisman secretly sealed inside their bodies. The talisman formed a magic circle above Feng Heng, sealing all his movements. "Brother," yelled Khutulun 12, and Taoyui braved into action. World Sin Corruption, he used a divine ability to summon all the sins or negative karma of the ancient spirit world and forcefully imbue them into the enemy's body. The plan was to corrupt Feng Heng, thus destroying his golden body of merit. The corruption should also be enough to ruin his body and soul, leading to his defeat in this battle. This plan is stupid. "I'm a monk, so purifying sins is second nature to me," he commented, calmly looking at the group as his body contained dark and red grievances. "I'm not stupid, so would I know such a simple and obvious fact," sneered Taoyui. "However, even you cannot bear the sins of an entire heaven will that has existed for countless yuan epochs. You have underestimated what I suffered before I succeeded in reviving Buddhism," Feng Heng said calmly. "Run away," yelled Khutulun 5, but it was too late. Golden Karma Lotus Flame, a golden flame enveloped Feng Heng, purifying all the sins. The flame spread, instantly killing Khutulun 1 and 4 and severely injuring number 3. "Omicron M, no, this can't be," said Taoyui, refusing to accept that someone could survive such terrible karmic sins, let alone purify them. Khutulun 4 suggested, "We must do something, or we will lose this battle once he finishes." "I have a plan," said Khutulun 12. "We forced all the hidden Emperor Dao imprints from the spirit realm into his body, forcing them to confront each other." Everyone frowned. Khutulun 5 said, "The spirit realm contained many ancient secrets. Do you think it's wise to mess with these people?" "I agree with her. Doing such a thing could have repercussions on the world and the tribe," added Khutulun 3. "But if we don't do anything, we know for a fact the tribe won't survive," added Taoyui, taking his sister's side. "This plan can deal with the enemy while also helping the world get rid of these scourges, hiding themselves and waiting for the perfect opportunity to revive and cause chaos," persuaded Khutulun 12. "As for the consequences, we will deal with them then." Khutulun 3 sighed, "You're this generation's leader. We're only spirits left to support you. Since that's your decision, I will help you." The others looked at each other before agreeing. They immediately accessed the spirit realm and searched for hidden imprints before forcing them into Feng Heng's body. The imprints resisted, but there were only imprints, and only a few could use a full attack from their prime, so their resistance was futile. The team's greatest trouble was finding these hidden marks from the normal spirits. Some spirits were truly powerful, and it was not worth angering some of them. So, the team had to choose wisely while working with extreme haste. Feng Heng immediately felt it when the first imprint entered his body, but he did not care. He had absolute faith in his purification ability and used his Dao imprint to fight off these imprints. Feng Heng considered this fight a will-tempering experience. The battlefield shook lightly, and the sin stopped pouring. The team discovered their plan had failed, and continuing was useless. Taoyui looked at Feng Heng with gritted teeth. Khutulun 12 was silent, and the remaining spirits sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was looking at a white crystal floating before him, releasing white light. A physical manifestation of very condensed and purified positive karma. Interesting, thought Feng Heng as he observed the crystal. This should be very beneficial for my body training. He put away the crystal before looking at the survivors. Do you want to continue this pointless fighting? We're not given up because you have the advantage, replied Taoyue. The battle does not end until we are all dead, added Khutulun 12. Amitabha, sighed Feng Heng before going on the offensive. The result was as expected. He slaughtered the injured number 3 and swiftly eliminated the talisman maker, number 8, sealed number 5 with the intent to fuse this spirit with her yin-yang eyes, and captured Khutulun 12 and her brother. What do you want with us? Asked Taoyue. You know what I want. I will never help you, declared Taoyue. I'm even prepared to watch you slaughter all my believers and people. I won't help you even if it's the only thing to save my life. I know that's your hurt pride that's speaking, Feng Heng said calmly. Once you calm down, we will discuss with a more rational mind. Taoyue looked at him fiercely. Men have committed worse acts while acting on pride. So, as I said, you can kill everyone. Isn't that what you wanted? The rise of Buddhism but curated through your wants and desires? Feng Heng did not immediately say anything. Instead, he looked in the distance with a peaceful aura. I've always thought that Buddhism and cultivation should never be intertwined. The power we acquire always interferes with our practice. We get entangled in the cultivation world's desires for benefits and power. We care too much about our ideology's prosperity instead of focusing on our spiritual practice and helping as many people as possible. If we do not have power, others will oppress and even persecute us, rebutted Taoyue. Yes, that is the excuse used to justify why we need power, said Feng Heng calmly. But is that true? Why not practice a system of minimal power where only a few people practice cultivation to protect the collective while the rest focus on becoming enlightened? Isn't it obvious? The people with the power can easily abuse it, sneered Khutulun, and Taoyue nodded in agreement. If they were true monks, why would they care about their power, let alone abuse it? The two became quiet. Those chosen guardian monks should know why they have this power and what their duty is. Their position should be temporary before another group takes over. Then, they will abandon their cultivation to focus on their practice. Your idea sounds good on paper, but there are too many flaws upon closer look. Like what? Like lifespan. How are we supposed to achieve enlightenment without the long lifespan of cultivation? You have no idea how much mortals can achieve in their short, limited time, replied Feng Heng, shaking his head. Moreover, you failed to see my point. We could use cultivation to increase our lifespan and help us with our practice, we just won't use them for power and strength. Furthermore, true enlightenment is about cultivating the self and the mind. We don't need to focus on the laws of heaven and earth, we should focus more on the inner self. Cultivate from the inside out, instead of from the outside in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106 Spiritual Transcendence. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he watched the result of Feng Heng's battle. He had caught an idea and was trying to extrapolate from it before it left his mind. Enlightenment. Spiritual practice. Buddhism, Taoism, or any religion or philosophical ideals or pursue, he thought. Is it possible to achieve transcendence through spiritual practice alone, without cultivating shenanigans? Would a monk who has achieved nirvana or a Taoist priest who became one with the Tao escape the shackles of the universe and achieve transcendence? Those questions appeared simple but were more complex than they appeared on the surface. For example, could someone like Maitreya be said to have achieved nirvana in her spiritual practice? Not necessarily, thought Wang Wei. She achieved the part about escaping the shackles of samsara and even death entirely, but what about the part of achieving ultimate peace and freedom? Has she transcended suffering or attachment? It's obvious that her state of mind has come close to these ideals, but she is still tethered by the state of Buddhism as a religion and the intricate relationship of the cultivation world, which often involves endless struggle, death, and suffering. I could argue her achievement of nirvana is flawed, and she needs the cultivation aspect of Buddhism to make up for it. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Feng Heng might be right. The true path of Buddhism and Tao Xin in the cultivation world might be to use cultivation as secondary to spiritual practice. They use their longevity to pursue their spiritual practice, and the end zone of this path might be transcendence. Wang Wei had many more thoughts. For example, Buddhism's spiritual practice seemed linked to mind or soul Dao, but that was untrue. If their main focus is to practice from inward instead of starting from outward, spiritual practice might be similar to the true power Dao realm, where there is no need to understand any law or Dao but purely focus on the mind to reach height on par with any cultivators. In other words, their practice is a path of power and transcendence that is not very much affected by foreign aid or grand Dao, just like body refining. Their situation might be even better as grand Dao has not interfered with the spiritual practice path, as it did with body refining path, deduced Wang Wei, who suddenly paused, unless it did and I just did not know about it. He considered the possibility that most monks and Taoist priests in the chaos universes followed the same path as Maitreya and Supreme Unity instead of Feng Heng because of Grand Dao's scheme. It's also possible that Grand Dao has also regulated the spiritual practice path, just like the flesh tribulations of the true power Dao realm, analyzed Wang Wei. Regardless if this is true, Feng Heng might have unknowingly begun his journey toward transcendence with these thoughts, but he doesn't know it yet, concluded Wang Wei. He smirked. I should tell him to see how things go. He wanted to summon Feng Heng to talk immediately but stopped himself. It might be best to be prudent. Feng Heng had these thoughts but has not acted on them. He must also consider the ramifications of revealing such information, as it could trigger Grand Dao or some other entity's gaze. The best option is to wait until I've determined whether Maitreya is trustworthy, run this idea by her, and then tell Feng Heng. After all, I am a novice in Buddhism, and my idea might just be nonsense. Wang Wei calmed down, deciding not to rush. Then, another thought flashed in his mind. Assuming my thoughts are correct, what would happen to Gautama, the creator of Buddhism, who achieved true nirvana without cultivation on earth? Not just him, but any monks who succeeded in a place like the prehistoric world. Any normal thing becomes complicated once it occurs in the prehistoric world because of their strange relationship with the rest of the chaos universe and Grand Dao. Wang Wei shook his head as he had too little information to make any decent theories or conjectures. It might be a good idea to be more involved in Buddhism, study and learn from it, he muttered. The Buddhist path of spiritual practice did not suit him in achieving transcendence. The idea of following one doctrine or school of thought ran counter to his way of life and goal. However, Buddhism does wish to achieve freedom, just not in the same way as him. As such, he could learn from them to help with his goals and ambitions. So, Wang Wei decided to take his title of honorary Buddha more seriously. Of course, he will also study Taoism and other religions and practices to learn from all of them. Star Beast World Community. As soon as the battle started, everyone had an opponent. Ji Lanfang calmly looked at the 5 people before him, 2 Eternals and 3 Pseudos. He sipped his wine one last time before putting it away. Glancing at these people, he noticed something. They've all been blessed with talismans to increase their reflexes and defense. Were they created to counter my speed? What do I call you? Asked Ji Lanfang. Void Mirror Emperor. Red Bolt Emperor. Blue Streak Emperor. Mountain Fist Emperor. Iron Skin Emperor. So, 1 for instant movement, 1 for distant attack, 1 for speed, 1 for close combat, and 1 for defense, thought Ji Lanfang, realizing that whoever chose these individuals as his opponent did so thoughtfully. He wondered whether everyone in Wang Wei's alliance was similar. Given the Commerce Hub's information-gathering ability, it should be expected, Ji Lanfang. The hub was probably preparing for this attack for a while, given how fast they mobilized their troops after Wang Wei's supposed disappearance. "Well, we know who you are," said Void Mirror, a young man with eyes that resembled glasses. Despite his humanoid appearance, he was a spirit race, a mirror who gained sentience, to be specific. That's why he can use such Dao as space despite it being an outlaw in his world. "I know, but I did not want to appear arrogant," replied Ji Lanfang casually. "Who knew swordsmen could be funny," said Iron Skin. "That's right. You guys are usually fucking your swords or preparing them to be fucked," added Blue Streak, making the others, except Void Mirror, laugh or chuckle. Ji Lanfang's lips twitched. "Just so you know, you'll be the first to die because of those words. You think I'm scared of you?" "Enough with this nonsense," said VOD Mirror, the obvious leader. "We came here for a task, not to chit-chat. Remember the plan and execute it like your life depended on it." They nodded before Blue Streak rushed forward. He lived up to his name, leaving a blue streak in his path and moving with unmatched speed toward his opponent. Blue Streak's cruel smile made his small, beady eyes even tinier as if he had closed them. All he thought about was how much he would play with his opponent before finishing him. "Ha! Why am I looking at my own body?" thought the Blue Streak Emperor. "No, that can't be my body since it's missing a head." Then, something dawned on him. "Impossible. I have a top-tier Speed Emperor talisman that perfectly fits my Speed Dao. How could someone be faster than me?" He tested it, and his speed reached an unbelievable level, so how could he die so quickly? And without even realizing he was cut. Those thoughts became Blue Streak's last one as his soul dissipated between heaven and earth. "Damn it," cursed the Void Mirror Emperor. The Commerce Hub specifically granted him a pair of heavenly eyes so he could one day deal with Ji Lanfang. However, even with their powers, he barely saw that sword, let alone react to save Blue Streak. "Use your passive domain ability," ordered Void Mirror. "It's pointless," said Ji Lanfang in a calm voice that seemed passive-aggressive. However, he was just telling the truth. Unless these people were close to him in strength, had a unique Dao, and knew how to utilize it, this technique was useless to him. "Damn you bastard," roared Iron Skin. His body turned metallic before he rushed forward. He saw a flash of light, and like Blue Streak, he saw his headless body as his head floated in the empty void. Then, his soul scattered between heaven and earth. "How is that possible?" asked Mountain Fist with gritted teeth. According to their investigation and calculations, Ji Lanfang should be one of their greatest threats after Wang Wei. He's labeled above Su Shi and everyone else. They don't know much about Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Yu Yen. Ji Lanfang looked at him. He would not tell these people he had improved drastically while training in the swordsmanship world after incorporating the essence of all these unparalleled swordsmen into his sword Dao. "You're next," he declared. A mirror suddenly appeared before Mountain Fist to reflect or counter the attack. However, it was still not fast enough as the latter's body split into millions of parts, including his soul. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1107 Brainwashed. The Red Bold Emperor, a middle-aged man with a fierce face and dark red spiky hair, changed his surroundings, turning them into a domain full of his red bolt, a combination of lightning and disassembling Dao. Ji Lanfang found himself in a strange space. An unknown force constantly tried dismantling him into his fundamental parts, atoms. His soul resisted the urge to return to the natural energy between heaven and earth. He swung his sword to cut off the void, but that force dismantled his speed into countless slower slashes, thus achieving the feat of decreasing his speed. Swish! A bolt of red lightning rushed toward Ji Lanfang, and he countered it with a fast sword slash. However, he missed since he was not fast enough, and his body had to move independently to evade. This technique divided his speed, which could be considered one of his counters. Red bolt fired or lightning bolts rushed toward him when he saw the first test was successful. However, Ji Lanfang raised his speed, barely managing to block these attacks. The Void Mirror Emperor, observing from the side, raised his hand to fire a blue light into his partner's body. Red Bolt's aura suddenly increased along with his power. The dismantling aspect of his Dao became more efficient, further dividing Ji Lanfang's speed, and his lightning bolt's speed drastically increased. Sword stacking skill. Hundreds of afterimages appeared behind Ji Lanfang, each swinging their swords before fusing with his body. Then, with one slash, he cut off thousands of lightning bolts. By stalking countless sword slashes, his speed reaches another level. After realizing this change, the Red Bolt Emperor's face changed, so he went all out. In his domain, every subatomic particle was a red bolt traveling at speed countless times faster than light. However, Ji Lanfang remained standing without any change. He moved so fast to deal with these bolts that it appeared he had not moved. The Void Mirror Emperor raised his hand to send another blue light into his body, further boosting his stats, but it was useless. Ji Lanfang took one step to appear before his opponent and slash his sword. A mirror blocked his attack, even trying to rebound it. However, his method of stacking attacks allowed him to slash through it. Red Bolt took this opportunity to summon pure white armor. Clink! Ji Lanfang's sword hit his opponent with no result. An entire armor composed of infinitum, asked Ji Lanfang, not hiding his surprise. The commerce hub is truly rich beyond comparison. Infinitum is considered the hardest tier 10 metal, even having the indestructible label in its tier. This kind of resource is considered rare even in the upper dimension, yet these people had enough to make an entire suit of armor. We've been preparing for this war for a long time, and will do anything to eliminate all of you who dare to resist our power, Red Bolt sneered. A staunch loyalist, huh? Said Ji Lanfang calmly. Why didn't you have such vigor when Wang Wei was here? Does that even matter? He's gone, and we're the final winner. We can even write history as we see fit, Red Bolt countered. Ji Lanfang shook his head. Did I say something wrong? It's obvious that you people have been in power for too long and have become too comfortable, Ji Lanfang replied. What does that even mean? The Red Bolt Emperor felt this man was speaking nonsense. They've always been careful, so how come they have become complacent, according to him? Let me ask you, why hasn't the commerce hub spread to every corner of the lower dimension? We have spread to a third of the lower dimension. That's more than enough, as being too large is not necessarily good. That's just what you say to people, but according to your history, you've tried expansion many times, but each time has failed for various reasons. So, isn't it obvious why? Your destiny is not enough to become a larger force. And one of the fundamental rules of luck or destiny is whatever goes up must come down. Are you insinuating that this war is the beginning of our waning destiny? The start of our luck backlash? That's ridiculous. Is it? You've ruled for far too long. During the early stages, your existence prompted the development and growth of the lower dimension, so you had true heavenly Tao's blessings. But now, your strict hierarchical structure has become a cancer in the world as a few individuals ruthlessly exploit everyone else for their own benefit. So, true heavenly Tao has decided it's your time to either change or be destroyed. You're talking nonsense again. Our existence has allowed worlds to exchange knowledge, resources, cultures, and communication. We've elevated the lower dimension's strength, not exploited it. Do you truly believe so? Of course. As an eternal emperor, couldn't you observe the commerce hub's chi luck and see its deterioration? Ji Lanfang asked, extremely baffled. It was one thing if the opponent was fighting purely for its benefit and preserving his way of light, but another when he truly believed something so absurd. I saw it, and it was perfectly intact. Is that so? Said Ji Lanfang, deciding it was pointless to discuss this blind idiot who was somehow brainwashed to such an extreme. In hindsight, he has to praise the Commerce Hub for such an achievement. After all, no one who can become an eternal emperor is an idiot. In that case, let's agree to disagree, Ji Lanfang said, ending this conversation. Fine by me. The Red Bold Emperor raised his hand to summon 2 deep red lightning bolts before rushing forward. He was more confident in himself with an armor that provided maximum defense. Swish! The Red Bold Emperor saw a white flash of light, and before he could even form a thought, he saw his body as his detached head floated in the void. How is that possible? My friend's Dao is all about cutting, so I learned a few things from him, Ji Lanfang explained before turning to the Mirror Void Emperor. You've been concocting a plan for a while now, what is it? You'll soon find out. A mirror appeared before the Void Mirror Emperor, and a clone walked out from the mirror, looking exactly like the original. Then, a blue light flashed around both of their bodies. I was right. The Commerce Hub gave him a unique chi with the power to boost stats and abilities, Ji Lanfang thought before going on the offensive. His sword moved as if the concepts of matter, energy, gravity, friction, space, and time had no restraint on it. Usually, this is where the enemy is either slayed or they found a way to block, and this time, it was the latter with a twist. As Ji Lanfang's sword reached one of the clones, his sword began to slow down until it was moving slower than a turtle. Time deceleration. No, this is something different, he thought, his mind working on overdrive. His Dao is a combination of space and mirror, inversion, she inverted my speed, turning into slowness. While one Void Mirror Emperor temporarily restricted Ji Lanfang, the other rushed to attack. It had 2 spikes in his hand that were made from shards or of a collapsed dimension, resembling weapons composed of mirrors. Clink! As the second Mirror Emperor attacked, a sword emerged from Ji Lanfang's flesh. He blocked the space shard weapon, baffling the Void Mirror Emperor. So, he tried again, releasing a barrage of stabs and strikes, but Ji Lanfang's body had grown hundreds of spikes, all made of swords. Bang! Ji Lanfang broke through the technique restriction using a subtle yin-yang technique that involved using the yang energy from his fleshly body and the yin energy from his soul. That was a flesh divine ability. I thought swordsmen disdained to cultivate the flesh, asked the Void Mirror Emperor, not hiding the mockery in his tone. Time has changed, and you need to keep up, replied Ji Lanfang, deciding to be more serious. He used the 10,000 sword body technique, a body refining technique that allowed him to temper his body by absorbing or fusing with swords. He created this technique to temper his body and used the sword wills remaining in famous swords to temper his swordsmanship. Ji Lanfang tightened his grip on his sword, gathering the terrifying force from his flesh. He perfectly combined all his Buddhist strength or force with his skill and sword Dao, elevating his strength to a higher level peak 5 old, to be exact. This strike could not be described in words. Did it ignore the concepts of space, time, matter, energy, and other concepts? No, it did not just do that. Instead, it used these concepts to further boost the attack speed, entering a realm that cannot be easily described in words. The truly scary thing is that this was not even Ji Lanfang's limit. He could swing his sword even faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108 Sealed. Despite this wonderful strike, which, due to its speed, edged the boundary of art, the Void Mirror Emperor reacted. To be precise, he had prepared for such an eventuality. So, as the sword approached its destination, it experienced a few things. The strike experienced another inversion, trying to slow it down, a second inversion, turning from a strong attack to a weak one, and a third inversion from a cutting attack to restoring the body. Additionally, the Void Mirror added a reflection technique on both bodies. if his previous method failed, it should reflect or bounce the spell to its original owner. The sword sliced through these two clones like they were butter. All of the Void Mirror Emperor's cautionary measures were useless as Ji Lanfang was simply too fast for any of them. "Huh," muttered Ji Lanfang. He saw the two bodies turn into glasses before falling apart. Both mirror clones. He did not notice this subtle change, so he took this time to observe his surroundings. "I'm inside another world. It should be a mirror dimension that looks exactly like the real world." So, that's what he was secretly doing. Ji Lanfang did not hesitate and sliced through this dimension, revealing the Void Mirror Emperor's presence. However, instead of feeling relieved, he frowned. Something is wrong. Before he could analyze the situation, Void Mirror went on the offensive. A mirror construct began to materialize before him, and in less than a second, the construction turned into Ji Lanfang. Did he reflect me and create an image? That's interesting, thought Ji Lanfang. Then, he watched as the void image rushed toward him, and Ji Lanfang attacked. Their sword strikes clashed, generating a terrifying force that created space-time vortexes. So, he has some of my speed. Ji Lanfang swung his sword, and the clone disintegrated into particles. As expected, he could not copy the power of nothingness in my arms. Ji Lanfang looked at his opponent, ignoring his shocked expression. With one strike, he sliced through him, and this dimension, but Ji Lanfang found himself in the same spot with another Void Mirror Emperor. As expected, he placed me in an infinite layer of mirror dimensions, grunted Ji Lanfang. As soon as he appeared in this layer, the Void Mirror Emperor created another void image of Ji Lanfang, stabbing it this time around. Ji Lanfang's extreme senses as a swordsman activated, and he used an ultimate technique, backward time slash. His movement was so fast that he broke the restriction of the space-time continuum or the river of time, traveling a few seconds ago to the period before the void image was constructed and the karmic thread connecting them was created. As he destroyed the image and the Void Mirror Emperor, he observed and sensed everything around him. He even ignored the new Void Emperor mirror that materialized before him. Above nothingness strike, Ji Lanfang put his newly trained arms to use. He used his ultimate technique, a strike so fast that he achieved a level beyond nothingness, well, beyond the void. Like Wang Wei, he would die if he ever achieved a state beyond nothingness in his current cultivation realm. With this attack, Ji Lanfang slashed through trillions of mirror dimension layers in less than an attosecond. He continued this attack for over 10 seconds, destroying an incalculable amount of infinite dimensions. Sadly, the result was the same. He was stuck in this place. Ji Lanfang stopped, frowning as he observed around. "Your efforts are useless," said the Void Emperor Mirror, who opened his robe and cut his chest to reveal his heart. It was transparent as if made of glass. "A void beast heart," said Ji Lanfang. "Not a simple void beast heart, but one blessed in their headquarters," corrected Void Mirror. "They gave it to me just to seal you here and prevent your interference in this war. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Maybe alone, it's not. But with the Sage Blessing Qi, don't expect to leave this place anytime soon." Ji Lanfang had heard of the Sage Blessing Qi, a unique energy from the Source Qi space known for its buff or assistance abilities. No wonder Wang Wei wants to get his hands on the Commerce Hub. These guys are unreasonably rich. Ji Lanfang looked around, looking for weaknesses and flaws in this prison. He once fought a swordsman in the swordsmanship world whose sword Dao was to find or create flaws in his opponent, and he became the victor by learning from his opponent. He found a spot and struck, destroying countless more layers. This method allowed him to eliminate more layers with one attack, but he was still stuck in this terrible place. What a pain, thought Ji Lanfang, trying different methods. "You're not getting here," mocked the Void Mirror Emperor. In the end, Ji Lanfang decided to drink and wait. He had done his part by killing 4 eternal powerhouses and forcing one to be stuck with him. So, he was just going to wait until someone came to rescue him or Wang Wei returned to clean up this mess. Star Beast World Community. When the four-layer array disintegrated, the Demon Suppression Emperor was prepared. She wore white-fitting martial clothes with a black sash as a belt, short hair, no sleeves showing her muscular shoulders and biceps, and a bandage around her fist. Her clothes hung over her private area while leaving ample room for her well-toned or muscular legs. She was the definition of a muscle beauty. As Honghua held her two swords, her aura was vast, fierce, noble, and wild. As a human emperor, she naturally exuded respect, and her swords naturally released a suppression and repellent against any demon race. 5 people rushed to her, 1 eternal, 2 pseudo-eternals, and 2 immortal sovereigns. She frowned as she realized this battle would not be arduous. As she observed these people while they did the same, a tear in the void appeared, alarming everyone. A woman with deep blue hair who can only be described as regal and majestic walked out. "Blue Phoenix," uttered Honghua. "Ill deal with her," said the Blue Phoenix Empress to the others. Advisor Deng Chang ordered us to kill our enemies as swiftly as possible using our number advantages. Then, go find someone else more powerful to deal with, she's my prey. Orders are orders. Do you want to fight? Asked Blue Phoenix. Who's scared of you? Replied the Greenwood Emperor, a famous gambler from the bountiful harvest world, one of the famous 5 elements worlds. The Greenwood Emperor did not choose his title because he lost the right to name himself in a gamble, so he had to choose this stupid name. He had bet on this war, especially on killing a few eternal powerhouses. From the information he gathered, the Demon Suppression Emperor was one of the weakest in this group, so she became his prey to ensure he won his bet. Fine, I'll deal with you first. A cold flame enveloped Blue Phoenix, followed by a cold mist. Her aura locked into Greenwood, preparing to strike at any moment. Damn woman, don't you understand the situation? He realized this crazy woman was really about to fight him. Do you think I care? I'll kill anyone who stops me from killing this woman. Greenwood bit his teeth, and his eyes flashed with ruthless light. He looked at his followers or partners and said, let's deal with her first before killing the Demon Suppression Emperor. The others immediately hesitated, they knew the consequences of attacking one of their own. Don't worry, I'll take the full responsibility, reassured Greenwood. So, the others looked at each other to communicate with their eyes and decide what to do. As they were about to make a choice, a voice rang in their mind. Enough, said Deng Chang. Greenwood, go find another opponent and leave her to Blue Phoenix. But she was my opponent first. Do as I say. Woman. I dare you to finish these words, sneered Deng Chang. Do I need to remind you how much you owe us? Before you repay it, remember, we own you. Greenwood clenched his teeth, glaring at Blue Phoenix, who returned the favor with a haughty and sneering look. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. As he was about to order his people to relocate, he heard a sound, and his body reacted. It was too late. A sword attacked the group, piercing the head of 1 pseudo-eternal and 1 immortal sovereign and injuring another pseudo-eternal. You! He roared, looking angrily at Honghua, who was extremely calm. Her attack was timed perfectly when these people's guards and disregard towards her were at their lowest. Bitch, I should not expect any less from you, yelled Blue Phoenix, as her body turned into ice or crystal, rushing toward her opponent. All is fair in war, replied Honghua calmly. You would have understood this had you lived my life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109 Animosity. The Blue Phoenix Empress activated her awakening, which manifested in a blue armor that perfectly accentuated her well-developed body and 2 blue-black wings attached to her back. The interesting part about this armor was the small science fiction, making it resemble a mech instead of an ancient battle armor. Blue Phoenix rushed to her opponent, using her long nails as a weapon. Honghua, also in her awakened form, which gave her a red marking around her eyes and chains attached to her weapons, easily blocked this attack with one of her swords. However, her eyes immediately squinted. "Feel it, don't you?" sneered Blue Phoenix. "Your weapon can no longer suppress me." "Did the Commerce Hub give you something?" asked Honghua. Powerful shockwaves destroyed the surroundings as their weapons clashed. "What do you think?" The Commerce Hub offered Blue Phoenix a talisman that would make her completely immune to the suppression of those two swords. So, she did not hesitate to take this opportunity to get her revenge. "So, that's why an arrogant woman like yourself chooses to become someone else's lapdog. You think your words can influence my mind?" "You're wrong," sneered Blue Phoenix. "Once I'm done with you, I will kill every human in your world and build a trophy room with all their heads." Honghua's body released a terrifying aura full of anger, rage, and killing intention. "Angry? Ha ha ha, don't worry. It'll leave you a little bit of consciousness to experience with your eyes as I kill every single one of them," sneered Blue Phoenix in an aggravating tone. Honghua's eyes turned red. Pure Yang Flame Slash. She released a red cross-shaped slash with her weapon. The heat from the slash burned off the chaotic time energy in the void. However, Blue Phoenix easily dodged the attack, not even bothering to freeze it. She turned into a blue light, traveling with such immense speed that she appeared to have teleported. Honghua moved her head to dodge the claw attack, but a small cut appeared across her beautiful face. Then, an intense cold emanated from the cut, so she had to use her pure Yang Dao to resist. Boom! Honghua raised her sword to block the kick, but the force pushed her a few thousand meters, skidding in the void like solid ground. Heavenly Sun Annihilation. She created a sun so red that it became dark before exploding in a large-scale area attack. The Blue Phoenix Empress surrounded herself in a domain of ice or cold energy to protect herself before rushing into her opponent. Yin-Yang Unbalance. Blue Phoenix's body released a blue light, which resonated with a red light from Honghua's body. Then, the Demon Suppression Emperor's body started to fall apart. Firstly, her right arm rapidly turned into a gooey liquid, as if all the bones had vanished. Then, the left side of her body also began to liquefy. "Wake up!" The redness in Honghua's eyes rapidly dissipated. "Lord Wang Wei. Don't let anger overwhelm your mind." After these words, she felt the clarity of her mind and immediately acted. The opponent's technique used the fact that she cultivated pure Yang Dao while the other cultivated Ice Yin Dao to create a yin-yang resonance between their bodies. Then, she destroyed the balance inside her body. Had she been of sound mind, this process would not have been so easy due to her superior control over her body and Dao. So, after re-establishing the balance, Honghua's body returned to normal, but her expression was slightly pale. How did she wake up so easily? Thought Blue Phoenix. She used a powerful Yin/Soul technique to affect her opponent's mind and soul, and adding the fact that she targeted the latter's flaw, it should not be so easy for Honghua to wake up. Did someone interfere? But why didn't I sense something? She can only assume her opponent had another way to protect her soul. Blue Phoenix raised her hand to summon an ice trident. Frozen time. A deep blue ice chill encapsulated the surrounding void, and the river of time stopped flowing. Honghua's body could not move as it froze in time, and she could not move. As she watched her opponent rush forward with the obvious intention to impale her, she reacted. Burning time. Honghua's body released a terrifying flame that burned the frozen time. She parried the trident with one sword while immediately countering with the second. Blue Phoenix blocked with the other end of her trident. She opened her mouth to release a terrifying blizzard breath, but Honghua responded in kind with a fiery breath. Pure Yang Slash. Honghua released a pure white slash with no flame energy or power, yet this was a pure Yang-based technique. Why is that? It's because in Taoism, Pure Yang is the purest form of vitality or energy in the universe, and her attack is based on this idea. Blue Phoenix's face changed. The sudden shift was unexpected. In her mind, Hongwa's attack should have been more flame-focused, like most pure Yang Dao cultivators. She manifested a towering ice wall larger than thousands of galaxy clusters to defend herself. However, the white slash cut through them like a heated knife cutting through butter. Such an act bought her enough time to gather strength to confront the slash with her trident directly. She did not try to evade it as she detected the speed of this thing and the fact it locked into her aura. Bang! Blue Phoenix stopped the attack, but it left countless cuts on her body, which healed instantly due to her Ice Phoenix bloodline. As a subspecies of Phoenix, they were still a resilient innate demon despite not reaching the same level as Flame Phoenixes in the healing department. Boom! 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 The two clashed constantly, using countless techniques. Anyone approaching their area would freeze to death or experience spontaneous combustion. However, their strength was relative, making the outcome difficult to decide. Suddenly, the two separated while glancing at each other. They knew they could not continue as such, so they must use their best technique to end this fight as swiftly as possible. "Can I ask you something?" said Hongwa. "I don't mind listening to your last words." "Why do you hate me so much?" asked Hongwa. "At first, I thought it was because of what I did to the demon race in my world. But after so many encounters, I can tell this animosity is personal. Because you killed the love of my life." "Who exactly are you talking about?" She had killed too many demons to remember. "His name was Yi Tuji, and he was my everything," said Blue Phoenix, her eyes full of love, reminiscence, hatred, and hope. However, Hongwa frowned, not remembering anyone with this name. In fairness, she did not know the names of most of the demons she killed. "Before my bloodline awakened, I was only a regular ice swan, which made my family treat me like the biggest disgrace in the world. The Heavenly Ice Swan clan is powerful and respected in the desolate demon world, but she was a regular ice swan despite being born in such a clan and the patriarch lineage. I met him when he came to our clan for a rare resource to temper his body. He did not care for my status, blood, or future potential. He treated me kindly, even granting me my first gift. From that day on, I swore I would prove the Tao so I could be worthy of him." Blue Phoenix gritted her teeth. "So, imagine my surprise when I learned that something had happened to his world, and when I rushed over, you had killed all the demons in that world." The killing aura on her body increased. "No matter what, I must kill all of you humans to avenge him and get my hands on his imprint from your world to revive him." Hongwa was speechless. She had spent enough time with Axian, the dream world's Tao heart spirit, to understand this woman had developed an obsession with whoever Yi Tuji was because the latter was the only person ever kind to her. The worst part is she did not even remember who the person she supposedly killed was. "She's obviously crazy, but it's best not to say anything." She did not want to emotionally rile up this woman and give her a power-up. Although such a tactic might affect her mind, it's more likely that she'd entered a calming rage state. "Let's end this once and for all." "No problem with me," sneered Blue Phoenix. Pure Yang state, Hongwa released a blinding white light, and once it abated, she had pure white armor with a skirt and pants perfectly accentuating each other. Even her weapons and chains had become pure white, granting her a pure, noble, and holy aura. Blue Phoenix immediately furrowed her brows. "This is unexpected," she thought. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:10 Depressing Mood. Blue Phoenix faced a slight dilemma. The best option to counter Hongwa's technique was to use a purine state, but she knew her understanding and application of purine could not compare to the opponent. So, it would be in her best interest to use a technique that suited her better. Ace Phoenix Transformation, Blue Phoenix's body released an intense blue light, rapidly transforming her into a colossal blue phoenix with blue flame on her body that released cold mists. She was beautiful, majestic, and the embodiment of nobleness. Blue Phoenix chirped, and her voice echoed in the minds of countless people in the void, making their bodies tremble as if they were cold. Blue Phoenix looked at Honghua with her beautiful voice, and a moment of hesitation flashed in her mind. After proving the Tao, she completely purified her bloodline to become a pure phoenix. One of the abilities that she acquired was a heightened sense of danger. Now, she was sensing danger from Honghua. No matter what, I cannot back down now, she thought. Frozen world, at the beginning of a world, there is a period where yin and yang are divided. In that period, the yin and yang worlds existed. The yang or flame world has the most intense heat, while the yin/frozen world is the area with the coldest ice or chill. Blue Phoenix recreated that period of creation with this attack. Honghua watched everything with an unfazed look and attitude. Slowly, she headed toward her opponent. Every time the chill touched her body, it was instantly purified into the purest energy between heaven and earth, which she could absorb for her use. Pure Yang rejected anything she decided was not pure, including objects, attacks, and concepts. So, even the coldest chill between heaven and earth became nourishment for her. No, said Blue Phoenix, but Honghua ignored her. She appeared before slashing her swords. The phoenix's body created an ice armor, but the sword purified the ice instantly to chop her into pieces. Blue Phoenix reacted by changing her attack to focus less on the body and attack the soul. In other words, she focused less on ice and more on the yin aspect. However, Honghua's pure yang state protected every aspect of her body, so the yin energy was also purified. The sword strike cut Blue Phoenix into two despite her attempt to freeze the cut-off part as a healing tactic. However, the purifying power inside her body worked against her. Honghua went for a second strike, targeting the soul this time around. No, roared Blue Phoenix as she resisted to no avail. However, at the last minute, right before she entered limbo, she used a brilliant technique. She froze the concept of death on herself, delaying the time she died. Do you think I will die so easily without taking you down with me? Blue Phoenix thought as she amassed all her hatred and obsession. Honghua sensed something and wanted to run away. Sadly, it was too late. Blue Phoenix cast a curse that combined her hatred, obsession, and pure yin Dao. If pure yang is the embodiment of all that is pure, then pure yin is the opposite. They complement each other while also being opposite. Once the curse hit, Honghua's body turned pale, and her pure white armor rapidly turned dark. To combat the corruption, she released a more intense light. Hee, if I have to die, you'll come with me, sneered Blue Phoenix, and Honghua blasted her into smithereens with a blast of white energy. She then focused on preventing the spread of the corruption. She succeeded in putting a temporary seal after a quarter of her armor turned white, but Honghua knew she would suffer once she dispersed the armor. Honghua exhaled deeply, taking this opportunity to overview this fight. She glanced at the demon suppression swords. Everyone was right. I relied too much on these things. She relied on these swords to survive the turmoil of the demon supremacy world. She knew she would not survive without them. As such, she grew attached to them, considering them as another limb. During her training to prepare for this battle, she spent much time on the weapons, achieving a level on par with Fivefold. However, Blue Phoenix's method rendered them useless, so she could only rely on her real strength of peak Threefold. Not just them, continued Honghua. Even the human race has become my restraint. Wang Wei once warned him, saying that as a human and heavenly emperor, she had a lot of potential, but as much as the human race granted her strength and power, they also restricted her. She did not agree with these words, but during today's fight, she saw the proof. She sensed people coming, so she had to focus on the upcoming enemy. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei saw Hong was battle and heard when she mentioned Yituji. He never actually met her, so he never knew they had such a connection, especially since they had no karmic connection due to his karma-unbound physique. Everything I did, killing Yituji and devastating the demonic faction in that world, it all led to the creation of the demon suppression swords and Hong Wei's existence. Without my actions, she would never have existed or had such a relationship with Blue Phoenix. Was everything a coincidence or the machinations of fate? It was too coincidental how his actions resulted in today's battle. It appeared as if it was all a coincidence, but was it? In this vast universe, everything is possible, including genuine coincidences. But this felt like a beating from fate, thought Wang Wei. It's like it was reminding me that I may think that I've made great strides to escape, but I was still in its palm, still tethered by countless unknown and undetectable chains. Wang Wei grunted in displeasure. As long as someone knows him and Yituji really well, it's easy to predict everything that happened afterward. The plan would be based on his natural instinct not to lose or be taken advantage of and his desire to prevent any unknown enemy from the Dao opening sect. Then, as a Dao overlord, isn't it normal for him to find a way to destroy the demon civilization, given their system's obvious flaw? Wouldn't it be normal for him to leave a way to prevent them from recuperating in the form of a weapon that directly targets their essence? And here I was in a good mood, sighed Wang Wei, who suddenly had no interest in this war. All he wanted to do was obsessed with how often fate played him like a puppeteer. How many of his decisions were simply someone else treating him as a pawn or a joke? In these moments, I truly wished she was here as support, thought Wang Wei before sighing deeply again. He focused his mind on watching these fights. He had long known that his journey of controlling his fate would be arduous, and today was simply one of those terrible days. He focused on the other fights. Shi Qian struggled the most because her opponent was the Pure Mind Emperor. He was messing with her using memories of her father and had 3 other eternal powerhouses helping him. Her strength was the same as Hong Hua, which was quite disappointing to Wang Wei, given the training resources she had access to. Unlike Hong Hua, who had today's result because of her over-reliance on her sword, Shi Qian's result was due to complacency. She was satisfied with her life now that she had made her parents proud by proving the Dao and neglected her training. Another disappointment was Wrath's peak 4-fold strength. She had spent most of her time recuperating from the revival of the Neo-Devil race and did not take her training seriously. As such, even Shi Shangyan achieved lower 5-fold strength and was more powerful than her. Wang Wei focused on Shi Shangyan, who was facing countless opponents, including the Greenwood Emperor and his people. It seems she hasn't tried to condense a supreme qi yet, thought Wang Wei, observing the battle closely. He looked at Shi Qian and knew she would not hold on for long. However, he did not intervene as he knew reinforcement was coming. And as expected, things did not take long to appear as he predicted. A large portal materialized on the battlefield, alarming everyone. Then, a wild and boisterous laugh echoed in everyone's mind. Ha ha ha, the great Monkey King has come to save all of you. Yi Dafu appeared with countless troops while wearing dark gold armor without a helmet and holding his staff. He looked at everyone, not hiding his haughty attitude. Wang Wei, you dare say I'm scared? I'll show you, he roared. Everyone looked at him, wondering who this crazy monkey was. Yi Dafu ignored the weird gaze and swung his staff, which turned into a colossal weapon bigger than any galaxy. He killed trillions with one swing. Dang Qing swiftly ordered people to leave Shi Qian and a few others to attack this monkey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:11 The Monkey King's Charm. After killing all those people, 2 potent aura rushed toward Yi Dafu, forcing him to stop. Muttered the monkey, ignoring Greenwood and focusing on the second Eternal Emperor. She was a beautiful woman dressed in colorful clothes, like a rainbow, with snake eyes. Such a powerful and beautiful demon, said the monkey with a grin before smelling the air. This bloodline, it should be the ninth serpent monarch bloodline. A brilliant light flashed in Yidafu's eyes. This monkey king thought no one would ever be worthy of me, but who would have thought I would find a wife in such a strange manner? Who are you calling your wife? Asked the noble serpent empress, releasing a cold aura full of the intention to kill. You, of course, replied Yidafu. Only someone of your bloodline is worthy of someone like me. Monkey, I was going to show you some leniency, given we're both demons, but I've changed my mind, said the serpent empress. Now, I will tear you apart and feed you to my dogs. Oh, such cruelty, I love it, grinned the monkey, showing his all-white teeth. Don't worry. I will be merciful, I'll seal you and bring you back home to be my bride. The elders should be happy I found someone to pass on my bloodline. The noble serpent empress responded with actions by activating her awakening, which manifested in the form of a rainbow with 9 colors hanging above her head in the shape of an arch. As a result, she became even brighter with her colorful dress. Meanwhile, Greenwood, who felt left out and secretly complained about why he was tasked with such a powerful opponent, also activated his awakening. He had 2 wooden wings floating behind him. I'll provide assistance with my Gou Dao, he said. I don't need your help, countered the serpent empress as she activated 2 of her bloodlines, the golden jaw serpent, known for their mighty defense, and the silver void serpent, a snake innate demon with immense speed due to their ability to slit through space and time. So, a golden aura enveloped her body before she disappeared from sight. Yidafu casually moved his body, and a snake whip flashed past his head. A blurred creature then disappeared from his sight. A blurry figure constantly appeared around him for the next few seconds and attacked with the whip. He evaded all these attacks casually until he sensed countless tree roots coming from the distance, trying to entangle him. He released a terrifying flame disaster to deal with the tree roots, and the serpent empress took this opportunity for a sneak attack. Yidafu blocked with his staff with a mocking smile. Wife, you should know what kind of bloodline I have. So, why use these useless tactics? Others may not be able to see her once she uses her space-time bloodline ability, but he can even do so without opening his heaven eye. It seems you're not as useless as you look. Of course. In more than my exterior disposition, that's one of my many charms, which you will discover once you become my wife. In your dream. The serpent empress activated her purple Fang serpent bloodline, which boosted her attacks and granted her control over poison Dao. She opened her mouth to fire a breath of purple cloud. However, Yidafu only giggled before using a poison disaster attack, breathing red clouds that overwhelmed the empress. Her fate would have been terrible without the golden aura around her and the monkey's restraint. Meanwhile, Greenwood was having the worst time in his life in the distance. According to the 5 elements theory, fire suppresses wood, meaning the attack was his natural element counter. He had to summon a unique tree around him to calm the monkey's attack, and it took him a moment to succeed. Right as he was about to intervene in the fight and provide assistance, 2 terrifying poisons rushed toward him, and he had to use his summoned tree to block them. His towering tree wilted in a matter of seconds due to the intense nature of the poison, so he had to use his Gou Dao to change the tree's nature to adapt to this poison. The noble serpent empress looked at this monkey hatefully. She decided to stop underestimating him and used even more power. So, she activated the mountain serpent bloodline to boost her fleshy body, mainly her physical strength, followed by the winged serpent bloodline, which boosted her raw speed. Finally, she activated her rainbow-eyed serpent to acquire powerful visual prowess on par or close to his 3-eyed monkey bloodline. The serpent empress took one step and appeared behind Yidafu. With her new speed-based bloodline and the previous ability to slit through the very fabric of spacetime, her speed reached another realm. Boom! She punched him with an enormous force. This was not a normal attack as her proving Dao artifact, which was normally a whip, had wrapped around her fists like a glove to boost physical-based attacks. The Serpent Empress immediately frowned. Her eyebrows detected that her speed surpassed her opponent's reaction time, but an invisible power protected him. This is a domain technique where heaven and earth love and protect him. In other words, no matter where he is, the surrounding environment will naturally protect him, the Serpent Empress analyzed, clenching her fists and attacking. Based on her eye insight, she targeted the weak areas of this technique. However, she soon realized how pointless this attempt was, as Yidafu seemed aware of these weaknesses and either fixed them or moved them around. Omicron M, the 9 Serpent Monarch clan was a fierce race that should have dominated the ancient era with their ability to absorb 9 other serpent bloodlines and use their powers for their own. Instead, they were wiped out early in the stages of the war. "Do you know why?" asked Yidafu. The Serpent Empress ignored him and activated her elemental serpent bloodline, granting her control of all the elements. She released a devastating attack like a combination of a universal-sized tsunami, tornado, earthquake, volcano eruption, meteor shower, thunder atoms, etc. Yidafu remained calm while internally shaking his head in disapproval. All these attacks failed under the disaster category, and thus, he was immune to them. The humans and other innate demons were jealous of the potential and targeted them. They wanted to wipe them out as soon as possible. However, this was not the main fault of their downfall, explained Yidafu. Their biggest problem was the slow growth time. The most talented in their clans would absorb 7 innate demon serpent bloodlines, but this also meant it took way longer, even by the standard of innate demon gods, to develop all these bloodlines and powers. Boom! Yidafu swung his staff, hitting the Serpent Empress so hard that her bones cracked, and she suffered internal bleeding. Although her body healed instantly afterward, she could not forget the pain as Yidafu hit her with a disaster of pain. "You're lucky to have acquired 7 innate demon serpent bloodlines in this modern era, but you suffer the same fate as your ancestor. You have not developed them to their full extent." The Serpent Empress ignored him as she activated her Jade Blood Serpent bloodline to increase her healing potential and deal with this pain. "I can help you," said Yidafu, not stopping his grin. "With my help and the resources from winning this war, you will have no problem developing all your bloodline." "Stop talking nonsense," she growled. "Am I? Do you think you're something because you've achieved a lower 4-fold?" sneered Yidafu. "Look at all the Eternals of the Myriad Emperor World's faction. All their strengths are around this level, but they cannot access 7 potent innate demon bloodlines." "Why?" The Serpent Empress suddenly paused, taking these words seriously. "Is that why you're so powerful?" She realized his strength had reached somewhere around 5-fold, but she did not know exactly. "Me? No," replied Yidafu. He was not part of Wang Wei's inner circle, so today's strength was the result of his own effort and luck. However, he cannot wait to use things like the dream world and others to further his power. "Then, how?" "I can only tell you I found a way to develop bloodlines," replied Yidafu. After losing to Wang Wei and leaving the deception trial, he still left his people to acquire news. Then, once he learned how powerful these people became, a fire was lit under Yidafu's butt. He realized he was nothing but a phoenix amongst a group of chickens. With this realization, he put himself through cruel training while searching for ways to improve. Ultimately, he achieved a strength of 8 leaf before his Heavenwell battle, and after proving the Dao, he never stopped training. "Are you really pondering his offer?" suddenly asked Greenwood, but the Serpent Empress ignored him. The demon race cares more about bloodline when choosing partners, not appearance or compatibility, and if there were no enemies, Yidafu would be a top marriage candidate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:12 Earth Emperor Technique. "Can you imagine our children?" said Yidafu with a grin, and his words did have an effect. Demon races of different species have even lower chances of reproducing, but when they do, their children will inherit both their bloodlines 99% of the time. So, the noble serpent empress imagined what it would be like to have a child with the three-eyed monkey, disaster monkey, and 9 serpent monarch bloodlines. By all standards, this monkey is indeed the perfect partner, contemplated the serpent empress. Their alliance would further their bloodlines and create a strong alliance between their 2 worlds and factions. Humans controlled the majority of heaven-will worlds in the lower dimension, so most demon-focused worlds will band together for protection. "Don't listen to his nonsense," said the Greenwood Emperor. "All his sweet words are based on the fact that he and his faction will survive this war. But do you think that's possible?" The Serpent Empress suddenly paused. "He has a point." "Oh, we're going to win," replied Yi Dafu calmly. "And how do you know this?" she asked. "Come, let me tell you a secret." "Just tell me." "No, I must whisper it to you," he replied with his white teeth, making the Serpent Empress roll her eyes. Regardless, she flew next to him, and he whispered something in his ear. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. You can go in my memory to see." "Fine," she replied after thinking briefly, and Yi Dafu did not hesitate to allow her access into his sea of consciousness and his memories. He had a bright smile that was telling her, "See how much I trust you despite only meeting for the first time." The Serpent Empress blushed after figuring out his smile's meaning, but it quickly faded. "You're telling the truth." "What's the meaning of this?" asked Greenwood. "What did he tell you?" "I'm sorry, but I'm out of this fight." "What? Are you serious?" "Yes. But, of course, I also want help their side," the Serpent Empress explained. "Do you know the fate awaiting you and your homeworld for betraying the Commerce Hub?" the Greenwood Emperor asked in a severe tone. "You should understand the cruelty of these people. Don't you care at all?" The Serpent Empress shrugged. Now that she knew Wang Wei was alive and this entire war was nothing but his little game, she knew the Commerce Hub was destined to lose and fall from their status as the rulers of the lower dimension. Greenwood suddenly paused. He knew the latter was not stupid, so he wondered what kind of news would prompt her to decide. He suddenly had a thought. No, it can't be. He would not accept the fact that this bastard who had the entire hub scared like little kittens was still alive and lurking somewhere in the lower dimension. Greenwood had a severely restricted contract with the hub, so his fate was tied to them. Eternal Wood, a towering white tree appeared behind Greenwood. He had bet that he would kill a few Eternals without using the Commerce Hub's aid, which came in the form of an Eternal Wood Chi. However, the situation had reached the point where he had no choice but to go all out. The white tree roots immediately went on the offensive, attacking Yi Dafu and the Serpent Empress. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? You're a traitor, so your head should be worth a lot." "Wife, I've got this. Why don't you stay in my space ring while I deal with this idiot?" "Who's your wife?" "I haven't accepted any proposals yet." Yi Dafu grinned. Despite her words, the Serpent Empress left the battlefield. Then, Yi Dafu focused on his opponent. His armor, which was his awakening, released a bright light as the monkey fused his natural protection from heaven and earth with the armor to increase his defense. Then, he went on the offensive. World-ending disaster, with a wave of his hand, the surrounding million light-years changed. The entire zone or area of this technique experienced what it would be like if a world ended, the very fabric of space-time tore apart, reincarnation stopped functioning, which released an incalculable amount of Yin energy and ghosts to the world of the living. Fate lost its shackle on people and the world, making them crazy and chaotic. Heavenly Dao lost its grip on the world, meaning that all the laws or Dao between heaven and earth lost control, and finally, the return to its original as. Chaotic chaos energy swallowed the last vestige of the world. Greenwood sweated as he watched this brilliant yet devastating technique. He wanted to run away. Luckily, the Eternal Wood Chi did not disappoint and protected him. He felt relief now that he was surrounded by an object the world deemed indestructible, nay, eternal. Meanwhile, Yi Dafu frowned. World-ending disaster was one of his masterpieces that he prepared to deal with that bastard Wang Wei. But this weak-ass emperor that barely reached threefold actually blocked it. "You've officially pissed me off," the monkey declared. "So what?" sneered Greenwood, not hiding the smugness he was feeling. Yi Dafu shook his head as he wondered how this kind of person could prove the Tao, let alone become an eternal. He concluded that he was either one of those individuals born with extreme love from heaven and earth, despite their glaring flaws, or he was one of the emperors that appeared after true heavenly Tao started balancing the lower dimension because of how powerful the myriad emperor world had become. Disaster of the mind. Greenwood's body froze as his mind experienced the most terrifying horrors imaginable. He experienced his worst fear, confronted his greatest nightmare, came into direct contact with his greatest failures, and saw things that even his superior mind, as a higher dimensional being, could not process. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he entered a vegetable state while standing. Yi Dafu knew this was not enough and rushed for a finishing blow. He evaded the white roots from the tree, which was acting on instinct to protect its master. Sadly, before he reached his opponent, the tree fused with Greenwood and blessed his mind and soul with the eternal attribute, allowing him to survive that disaster. "Damn you," roared Greenwood. He had never come so close to death, and it was the worst kind, death of the spirit. He no longer hesitated and touched the tree to fuse with it. His body then rapidly morphed into a treant or humanoid tree creature with white barks as body and green foliage that served as hair. Bang! Yi Dafu's staff hit him with full force while he was still transforming, and he flew in the distance. Such an attack should have been devastating, it was not. The skin of trees is naturally resistant to beating or attacks, and wood is the element of resilience and life, so healing or regeneration was not a problem for practitioners of this Tao. However, Greenwood did not even suffer a single scratch due to inheriting the eternal attribute of his chi. This power, he chuckled. He had never felt this powerful, so free, so invincible. Who would dare ask him for his debts once he lost if he had this kind of power? He would walk sideways in the lower dimension, doing whatever he pleased. Greenwood rushed to his opponent but soon frowned. He found his body not as fast in this state as he wished it to be. However, this did not matter since no one could hurt him. Boom! 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 Yi Dafu clashed with this humanoid tree with his third eye fully displayed. He used every passing second to analyze his opponent. What's the best move? Eternal disaster. No, that would take too long since I know little about such a high-level field as disaster. Then, a weakness disaster. This tree should have a weakness. He thought briefly before deciding otherwise. Such a disaster might weaken his opponent, but he kept his impenetrable outer shell. In that case, a yin-yang disaster. Nothing is absolute, and what goes up must go down. There is no way this thing is truly eternal, so experiencing a yin-yang cycle should do the trick. No, I have something even better. Earth Emperor position, samsara cycle. An enormous head resembling a Yama king manifested behind Yi Dafu, and his body emanated a dark and noble aura associated with samsara or the afterlife. After learning about the existence of the heavenly emperor, Yi Dafu became enthralled and learned about the other two positions as well. Then, he had an idea. Could he create techniques that granted him powers based on these positions? He tried and succeeded because his three-eyed monkey bloodline involved everything about heaven, earth, and humans. So, he used the Earth Emperor technique he created to gain absolute control of Samsara Tao and kill the Greenwood Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13 Acquired. Yi Dafu hit Greenwood with his staff, and the whole world suddenly turned black and white briefly. Then, in a very short period, Greenwood's eternal body experienced birth and death millions of times to test the validity of his claim to be eternal. He resisted, as his white bark skin released an intense light to fight the power of samsara, which was rapidly destroying him on a conceptual level. He failed. Only everlasting Empyreans who have mastered their true self can boldly proclaim to have escaped the shackles of death or samsara, and even then, that's a wild claim that no one will make lightly. In the Chaos Universe's hierarchical structure, the eternal Wuchi can only be described on the lower tier of the path of eternity. Crack. Greenwood's body cracked in different parts, and he roared to show his unwillingness. He would not accept his fate so easily, so he tried to counterattack. What in this world could be considered truly eternal? Or, at the very least, come very close? The obvious answer is Grand Dao, but that's not something that Greenwood would dare to get involved with. So, he chose the second best option, the universe's grand module. He latched on the river of fate, the river of time, and even the source chi space's eternal attributes to fuel his own. Many roots from his body entered the void to attach themselves to these modules and borrow their powers. So, in a split second, Greenwood's body stopped collapsing, and he had 3 new tree roots that were not only indestructible due to their eternal natures but also had the power to control time, fate, and endless energy. Idiot, sneered Yidafu. Backlash disaster, can anyone meddle in the affairs of the river of fate? The river of time? Or even the source chi space? No. These modules or concepts were inherently arrogant because of their power or status in the world, so how can anyone get involved with them? Yidafu used this fact to create a terrifying backlash against his opponent. Greenwood had never felt so scared in his life. He felt like he was confronting entities that words alone could not describe, and even the idea of knowing these people sent shivers down his spine. Arg, he screamed as the terror was too much. His body was collapsing at an alarming rate, he was rapidly dying on a conceptual level, meaning no one would need to wipe his memories and go through all the struggles of killing an eternal, he would just die. No one or nothing could revive him. However, at the last minute, Greenwood acted decisively. He swiftly cut off his connection to these entities, abandoning most of his body. Then, he somehow controlled the chaotic spatial-temporal energy in the void to teleport him away, barely protecting himself. Why is this bastard so good at running away? Muttered Yidafu. He did not expect his opponent to survive this backlash. Yidafu shook his head before focusing on the other aspects of the battlefield. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei looked at the half-body of Greenwood. How stupid is this guy? He muttered while shaking his head. He raised his hand to take out bright green light from his body. This should be worth my trouble. He intervened at the last minute to allow this bastard to escape and prevent the monkey from getting his hands on the eternal wood chi. Such energy was perfect for his Fate 1 or Dong Lifen's master, so he would not let it get into other people's hands. It's ridiculous how wealthy these people are, thought Wang Wei. The Commerce Hub should be instrumental in acquiring the resources he needed to cultivate a much higher realm before ascending to the upper dimension. By the strings of fate, why is this monkey making my job more difficult? Complained Wang Wei before acting swiftly and teleporting him to the headquarters. Yidafu was embarrassed as he saw the side-eye Wang Wei was giving him. My bad, he said. He was so careless that he was almost exiled to the upper dimension immediately after winning his match. Wang Wei grunted. Return home, and don't show yourself again. No way. The fight was just getting interesting. When people ask you how you survive your exile, what will you say? I'll say I did it on my own. Do you think they'll believe you? Asked Wang Wei. Some people already have suspicions. I don't want to give them more proof I'm not gone. Yidafu remained quiet briefly before exhaling deeply. Fine, but before I leave, fight me. You know you're not my opponent. I do, but I know I can make you sweat. replied the monkey with fierce eyes. You're overestimating yourself, countered Wang Wei while rolling his eyes. You're telling me such brilliant technique as my world-ending disaster would be useless? Now, you're insulting me. The monkey did not hide his emotions. Why would it when I can do it even better than you? Bullshit. Wang Wei raised his hand to show him a sign of the end of the world. The technique was similar to Yi Da Fu but with even more details. The dissolution of fate not only made things and people chaotic, but in his technique, fate served as the strings holding up the very fabric of existence. On top of everything else, Yi Da Fu saw the separation of yin and yang, the destruction of free will and choice, the breakup between order and disorder, the backlash of all karmic connections, and finally, the world reverting to its original state, chaos. Damn it, thought Yi Da Fu, his eyes slightly red as he concentrated on Wang Wei's palm. This technique was so powerful and beautiful that it inspired him. He saw how to improve his own technique, and such a fact brought immense shame to him, followed by trampling his pride. The monkey snorted coldly as he refused to admit defeat. Okay. I'll give you this technique, he said with gritted teeth. What about my Earth Emperor positions? Surely, this technique could make you sweat. I control Samsara Dao, and I'm unofficially a real Earth Emperor, Wang Wei replied coolly. You're not lying, are you? He had never heard Wang Wei was the Earth Emperor, hence his suspicions. You know I would not lie about such a thing. The monkey showed his sharp fangs in frustration as he clenched his teeth. The human emperor. He did not dare ask about the heavenly emperor position since the person before him was the first heavenly emperor and the one creating a new era based on the position. I admit I have no connection to the human emperor position, nodded Wang Wei. See? I have to tell you that my technique does not lose to the others, said Yi Da Fu with a snicker. You should admit my current self can make you sweat in battle. Although I don't have any connection with it, I have a friend who's a human emperor, and I can just copy her fate line if needed, Wang Wei said calmly, and he watched as the monkey's jovial atmosphere deflated like a balloon. No, I refuse to believe my current strength cannot make you sweat in battle. Wang Wei shrugged. You saw me with your heaven eyes and should know the disparity between us. Of course, Yi Da Fu knew, that's why he changed his goal from landing a few hits to making him sweat. He understood the concept of managing expectations and goals. You wait, said the Monkey King. This is not over. I will first train until I can make you sweat, then until I can land a few good hits, then until I can survive in a real battle, then until I'm on your level, and then I will surpass you. Mark my word, this is not over. Yi Da Fu looked at Wang Wei defiantly despite his internal fear that he might get beaten for these bold words. However, Wang Wei laughed instead. You really are like Sun Wukong. Who's Sun Wukong, and how dare he claim to be like me? Wang Wei was speechless before condensing the story of the journey to the west for him. Yi Da Fu swiftly read it with his divine sense. What a stupid monkey, he proclaimed. Oh. It's obvious this journey to the West is a plot of Buddhism to use the monkey's powerful luck and destiny for their own use, but this idiot did not realize anything and just converted in the end, said Yi Da Fu, not hiding his sneer. I can't believe you say this stupid thing is like me. I would fight you over these words if I knew I couldn't beat you. Wang Wei shrugged. You have to admit the monkey's endearing. He has his moment, agreed Yi Da Fu, who had a mischievous light in his eyes. What stupid thing are you plotting? First, I want to beat a few monks, said Yi Da Fu. He felt he needed to vent after seeing how much of a sucker this sage equal to heaven was. Then, I think I'll pay a visit to Samsara. I want to know if there is such a thing as a book of life and death and whether I can remove my name from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:14 Humbling Experience. Wang Wei looked at this monkey beyond speechless. He genuinely did not have the words to express how bold he found this monkey. Didn't you learn about the Earth Emperor position for your technique? Yes, so. Yi Dafu replied with a puzzled expression before something dawned on him. Oh right, I forgot about these Yama kings. He frowned as this information immediately stopped his plan, which he was unhappy about. How strong do you think I need to be before I can take on a Yama king? Wait, you're serious? Of course, replied Yi Dafu without hesitation. Since that monkey can do it, so can I. Wang Wei looked at him up and down. You'll need to be a peak boundless paragon and one of the bests in the entire universe. Paragon. Is that after the Emperor realm? No, I heard that's the Empyrean realm, Yi Dafu asked with one arm crossed and the other on his chin. It's the one after that. I see. Well, now I have a new ambitious goal, he nodded. Well, I'm leaving. I have a new wife waiting for me. Remember, I still want a revenge match. The monkey took one step and disappeared from the headquarters, leaving Wang Wei alone to shake his head. You're quite the actor. Who's there? Wang Wei entered the highest alert state. Someone had come close to him, but he did not detect anything. His mind worked on overdrive, thinking about who in the lower dimension had such capabilities. He glanced over and saw a handsome young man in a blue robe, and Wang Wei had an inkling who this was. Who are you? You should have already guessed, Chen Tong replied calmly. So, let's skip the introduction. I'm here because I'm interested in why you went to this extreme length to manipulate that monkey. Excuse me. You intentionally gave him that story so he could target Samsara and even the Yama kings. So, I want to know why you did it. I have no idea what you're talking about, replied Wang Wei. I saw it when you underwent your Earth Emperor trial. Did you do it out of spite and pettiness? No, something tells me you're playing a bigger chess game. Hunger was right about you, you're too curious for your own good, said Wang Wei calmly. So, finally willing to admit it. I'm not admitting anything. So stubborn, said Chen Tong with a smile. He waved his hand to manifest a tea table before sitting down and inviting Wang Wei. This is Essence Tribulation tea. After drinking it, you will pass 100 flesh tribulations without any pain, effort, or negative consequences. Such a thing exists? Asked Wang Wei as he sat down. It must be rare. Although it's only useful for the first 1,000 tribulations, yes, it's indeed a very rare resource, nodded Chen Tong as he poured the tea. I'm honored, said Wang Wei as he received the tea. How many people could say they've had a paragon pour tea for them? There's no need for formality. Chen Tong waved his hand. So, are you going to answer my question? There is nothing to answer, Wang Wei declared coolly. Did he manipulate Yi Dafu? Of course. However, his target was not necessarily Samsara and the Yama king. He wanted to see if he could add an unknown variable to the world through the monkey by giving him access to knowledge or inspiration from another civilization. In other words, the fact that Yi Dafu became interested in Samsara is not the true value of his action. The real chess move opens his mind by providing him with some information about the prehistoric world. Wang Wei did not know the outcome of this move. There is a possibility that it would bear fruit, and there is also the possibility that Yi Dafu will garner the sight of Gou Dao and be swiftly eliminated. Another scenario is the monkey does not realize the value of that story and never uses it to its full potential, but Wang Wei does not care. He did it on a whim, and so he's alright with this move becoming useless. Is that so? Muttered Chen Tong. Well, let's talk about something else. You seem to be in a terrible mood. Did something happen? Have you been watching me from the shadows? Of course. The entire dimension has never been so lively, so how can I not pay attention? I've never been so entertained since I died. Wang Wei was speechless. Shouldn't you be focusing on reviving yourself or something? And be the first target of those people? I'm not stupid. Chen Tong shook his head. He would only revive once everyone else did. Okay, don't change the subject. What happened to make someone like you have such an obvious change in mood? This man is like if one of those people from Earth who loved gossip more than their life was reincarnated into a cultivation world and managed to reach the pinnacle of the world while preserving their gossiping side, thought Wang Wei, becoming even more speechless. He sighed internally before deciding to converse with this man. It was the least he could do to allow him to reach 900 Dao tribulations without much struggle. So, he told him what happened with Honghua, Blue Phoenix, and Yi Tuji. It seems you have just experienced a humbling. A what? A humbling experience is the common term for what you've experienced. It's a common phenomenon among cultivators, Chen Tong explained. Elaborate. It's a mechanism designed by Grand Dao to restrict cultivators, mostly paragons, and check our egos, continued Chen Tong. For example, Yama Kings are the humbling experiences for paragons who try to mess with samsara. Time rates are for the one messing too much with the river of time, and monarch source beasts are for people messing with the source chi space. Wang Wei frowned, the river of fate. Its humbling experience is usually targeted toward Dao lords and overlords or paragons with exceptional intelligence. It usually makes them look small and stupid, said Qing Tong with a smile. Did Wang Wei experience a humbling experience? It appeared as such, but he could not shake this feeling that things were too personal and not like the normal operation of a mechanism of the universe. Are fiend gods the humbling experience for primordial chaos? Yes and no, replied. These creatures were created after the body refining age ended and the paragon age started, but fiend god existed long before that. So, they are indeed our restriction in primordial chaos, but their situation is slightly different. Wait, are you saying that Yama Kings did not exist in the early ages of the chaos universe? I know what you're asking. Yes, there were Yamas controlling samsara, but the title of king was later created after the rise of the paragon age. Samsara's strict and even rigid control began with the Yama King's appearance. I see, nodded Wang Wei before sipping his tea. What exactly did you guys do for Grand Dao to feel the need to keep your ego in check? That's a good question, said Chen Tong before sipping his tea. I'm not old enough for that era, but I know a few things. During the body refining age, the true power Dao realm reigned supreme. Body refiners were focused on finding or opening the illusory fourth gate of power, so they used the river of fate, time, and source chi space to temper their bodies. Grand Dao left these guys alone since they mainly used these grand existences or concepts to temper themselves. The only complaint Grand Dao had about them was that they used too many resources. Then came the age of Paragon, and we started messing with these things. We wanted to understand, control, and even destroy the river of time or the river of fate. So, you needed to be humbled and kept in check. Exactly. Wang Wei nodded. Do you know how the entire history of the chaos universe is classified? I do know a little, said Chen Tong, who changed the tea for wine. Firstly, there was the Genesis Age. It's when the chaos universe was first born or created, and Grand Dao was young and inexperienced. Following that was the Primordial Chaos Age, where the predecessors to fiend gods, the chaos demon gods, were born. Afterward is the Lost Age, but like the Null Era in this place, little to nothing is known in this time, except that whatever occurred there was a taboo, and the chaos demon gods disappeared, replaced by the fiend gods. So, the Lost Age is one of the 13 taboos. That's right. Interesting. What's next? I won't mention the ages after that because what I know are only speculations and not official history, said Chen Tong. What I do know is the previous age was the Essence Age, or Age of Body Refining, and we are currently living in the Paragon Age. Of course, I have a feeling that the ultimate taboo marked the end of the Paragon Age, but this new age has not been officially named. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15 Grand Dao's Goal. Chen Tong's words allowed Wang Wei to verify many of his theories or speculations about the history of the chaos universe and the possible evolution of cultivation. He even learned a few new things. However, he still lacked vital information. Luckily, this was a great opportunity with the Paragon before him. I once theorized that in the early stages of the Paragon Age, before the Heaven-Will system, the old-era Paragons were a combination of the Immortal and Dao path, and they had to understand innate, primordial, and grand Dao source to reach the world's peak. Is that true? Yes, you're right, nodded Chen Tong. Those old-era Paragons were scary despite only being capable of borrowing the power of the grand Dao source. However, the vast energy inside their bodies was truly astronomical. You've met some of them. Yeah. There are many still alive, explained Chen Tong. They are stubborn and refuse to accept this new, easy path. They often call us soft and weak, claiming that we have it easy. I'm surprised, replied Wang Wei. I thought they would be extinct, either through natural process or by grand Dao's elimination. No, they are still here. There is a powerful sect called the Origin Dao sect in a normal source chaos world called the Ancient Qi world that only cultivates that system. They control that entire world and are renowned in primordial chaos. Chen Tong suddenly shook his head. Bad memory? Asked Wang Wei. These guys are annoying to deal with, especially the old and ancient ones who have existed since the beginning of the Paragon Age, Chen Tong explained, not hiding his annoyance as he remembered his experience. Wang Wei did not need to meet these people to realize their personality, obdurate, inflexible, and clinging to past glory. In other words, the kind of people no one wishes to deal with. How does their system work? Do they become immortal venerable at tier 10 or Dao ancestor? But each choice seemed to cause problems. It's more like they become immortal venerables and primarchs. They condensed innate laws. Chen Tong nodded, correct. Then, while continuing to gather immortal qi, they understand innate laws, followed by primordial laws, before understanding the grand Dao source. The ancient qi world must be unique, right? Yes. From what I know, it still follows the order-disorder during the early stages of the Paragon Age, not affected by the changes of the rest of the chaos universe. Wang Wei frowned, and Grand Dao allows this. Or did they cultivate a powerhouse that would force Grand Dao to give them permission? The former, most likely, replied Chen Tong. However, I did hear rumors that there might be some secrets behind their continued existence. Wang Wei nodded. He agreed the most likely case was that Grand Dao allowed their existence, most likely to see the clash between the old and new eras. Moreover, allowing the old cultivation path to exist would only bring more variables and opportunities for the overall development of the chaos universe. Wang Wei thought briefly before asking the question he truly wanted the answer to: why did Grand Dao create the Heaven Will and grant Paragons complete control of the Grand Dao source? Was it a system similar to the Heavenly Court, where Paragons now bore the strength of the chaos universe and gave it more power for other things? However, considering Grand Dao's power level, this theory doesn't seem to make sense. Chen Tong chuckled. I bet your mind is thinking of something sinister, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't you do the same? Asked Wang Wei. However, Chen Tong shook his head. The answer to your question is simple: to strengthen the universe. Grand Dao wanted more powerful cultivators, so it created the perfect cultivation path and allowed all sentient beings to use it. I'm not completely buying such an answer, said Wang Wei, sipping on his drink. Isn't it afraid of people becoming stronger than it and usurping its power? Maybe that's exactly what it wants. I doubt this. Wait, you might be onto something, suddenly said Wang Wei. What if it wants cultivators to achieve transcendence but to do so within its created rules and restrictions? What if Grand Dao wishes for people to surpass it but not do it in a way that is detrimental to it or the chaos universe? With this logic, many things will suddenly make sense. I never thought of this, said Chintong. This statement opened his eyes, allowing him to connect many dots in his mind. Grand Dao intervened to smooth the chaos of the ultimate taboo. There is a chance it wanted to eliminate the methods of transcendence that it deemed unacceptable. Wang Wei and Chintong looked at each other, and their eyes expressed their thoughts to stop this topic. If they continued, it was guaranteed that Grand Dao would notice them, especially since Wang Wei was still a little emperor and should not be privy to certain knowledge or information. Since there was the Essence Age, and the Paragon Age, could also be called the Qi Age, do you think there used to be an Essence Age? He asked. Wang Wei once theorized that the body refining path was the first cultivation system discovered by sentient beings, but he felt he might have been wrong. Assuming that acquired life appeared in the universe after the Lost Age, specifically, when fiend gods reigned supreme. There is a chance that they began to imitate their cultivation system and temper their bodies, but there is also the possibility that they believe that the flesh has a limit and that they could never reach the same level as these noble creatures. These early creatures would have focused on developing the intangible and limitless, soul, or spirit. In other words, there is a high chance that the Spirit Age was before the Essence Age. That, I don't know, replied Chintong. I've heard people say there was such an age, while others say it did not exist. What I do know for sure is that the soul path seems to involve many secrets, and it might even be one of the taboos. That's a fair assumption, nodded Wang Wei. Assuming there was a Spirit Age, cultivation started from the inside with the soul, then the body with the Essence Age, which is still from the inside. Then, it ended with the outside following the Qi Age. It might be in my best interest to return to my roots and look inward once I reach the peak of the Paragon realm. Wang Wei's aura suddenly changed, becoming subtler, calmer, and more ethereal and ephemeral. The light of wisdom deep in his eyes deepened, greatly surprising Chintong. Enlightenment. How envious. Although Wang Wei's statement about Grand Dao was valuable information, Chintong would also like to have an epiphany and become enlightened. Congratulations, fellow Daoists. I cannot bear the title of fellow Daoist, replied Wang Wei, shaking his head. However, I do appreciate your kind words. The two chatted for a few more minutes about many topics before Chintong disappeared. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. In this brief discussion, he created a character profile for Chintong, and the most valuable information on the profile was that the latter was not a boundless paragon. He once asked Wu Hong to feel the natural aura of boundless paragons, and he met a few, so he could tell after spending so long together. Regardless of this fact, Chintong was not an ordinary paragon. He should be what Honger called a half-boundless paragon or failed boundless paragon. In other words, someone who was an eternal emperor and an everlasting empyreans but failed to achieve boundless. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he became lost inside his own mind. Chintong's appearance changes a few small things because he cannot detect whether the latter is spying on him. However, there were other upsides to this situation. He might be able to ask for help in case of an emergency. He's the very social kind of person, which means it's easier to get information from him through regular discussions, analyzed Wang Wei. However, the issue is whether it would be as easy to get him to help. His brow furrowed. It should be relatively easy if I used his curiosity and gossipy nature. However, he's still a paragon and has lived a long life, meaning countless experiences. He will detect something if I go too far or is too obvious. Wang Wei never assumed these powerhouses were stupid. After living for so long, even a big will acquire wisdom by the sheer experience it would have lived through. So, the best way to deal with someone like him is to be direct and not try to manipulate. Otherwise, he might react violently once he discovers it or even have slight suspicions. He finished Qintong's character profile before focusing all his attention on the war. The good news is his mood was not as bad as before after that drink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16 Home Invasion. Wang Wei first checked the Star Beast battlefield. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Although their troops were facing a catastrophic defeat, the battle between powerhouses was in their favor, especially the confrontations between Eternals. His eyes shifted to an odd group on the battlefield. They were invisible to everyone else except Wang Wei, but they were not fighting or assassinating people. Their purpose was one thing: gathering dead bodies. Wang Wei smiled before shifting his eyes. The Commerce Hub's military advisor, Deng Chang, oversaw the battlefield while gritting her teeth. It was obvious that things were not proceeding as smoothly as she expected, which was causing her frustration. However, Wang Wei's gaze was not on her but on the people she was secretly communicating with. As he told the monkey, some people were already suspicious of his disappearance. The true rulers of the Commerce Hub started to freak out with this possibility, so many people called for a retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late for such a decision. It would be catastrophic if the troops were suddenly ordered to retreat. So, the president calmed everyone by proposing to prepare a secret squad of array masters to truly exile Wang Wei to the upper dimension if he ever showed up. Although many people knew this action would be futile if Wang Wei were still in the lower dimension, it still soothed many people's nerves. Wang Wei's gaze moved to the martial hegemony battlefield. Ao Shin, Hu Fenghuang, his mother, and the Dao opening sex Eternals were on this battlefield. Wang Wei checked on them, and they had killed a few Eternals but were still outnumbered. They should have no issue holding on, he thought before focusing on his grandfather. He saw a smirk on the corner of the old man's mouth as he battled an Eternal Emperor. Wang Wei could tell he was not only enjoying the battle but also learning from it. With his 74 infant fiend god force, he was fighting a relatively weak Eternal, but it was an Eternal nonetheless. It might not be a bad idea for him to try to condense a primordial law before his battle with 9 suns, thought Wang Wei. He decided to suggest this to the old man. Although he knew he might not be happy since that would further delay his revenge battle with Emperor 9 Suns, it was better to be prepared than be sorry. Wang Wei finished his check with Su Shi and Yan Liling. Then, he wondered whether to reveal the 2 Eternal-class puppets he acquired from the Qin's treasury. However, he chose otherwise after mulling it over briefly. It was not good for the Dao opening sect to reveal all its hidden cards. Void, Myriad Emperor World. The Fist Saint Emperor frowned as he looked at the world before him. The large group behind him remained quiet, leaving him to his thoughts. This was not the first time he had traveled to this place, so where did his hesitation originate from? Did he detect something the others did not? It's too easy, thought the Fist Saint Emperor. Their journey to this world community was too smooth. It was as if no one cared whether or not they attacked this world. It could even be said they were tempting people to invade. What made these people so confident? Was it a lie that the first Heavenly Emperor was exiled? Fist Saint frowned. He had sent an infiltrating squad with a potent talisman that would detect Wang Wei's existence. The president personally ordered me to hand over the talisman to him to ensure the news was correct, and as of now, the squad has returned and brought positive news. All signs showed nothing was wrong, but the more normal things look, the more suspicious I am, thought Fist Saint, his brow deeply furrowed. Commander, what's the order? These words woke him up from his thoughts, and he exhaled. Een. Yes, said a hooded figure that suddenly appeared behind him. What information did you gather? Nothing, sir, replied Een. I only did my task, enter, use the talisman, and bring back the result. The Fist Saint Emperor was briefly silent. He could not blame the latter since the upper echelons directly ordered their task. Do you want to try again? I'm afraid that's impossible, Commander, replied Ian. And why is that? Although I was there briefly, I still felt a great threat. So, there are still powerhouses left to protect the world, summarized Fish Saint. Very likely. Then, why haven't they established some form of protection around their world? He asked, pointing at the Myriad Emperor world. They are basically inviting us in. The enemy is likely very confident in their strength, or they have a powerful hidden trump card. No shit, Dao Overlord, sneered Fish Saint. The question is what? Ian lowered his head, not daring to utter another word or look the commander in the eyes. The Fish Saint Emperor exhaled deeply to calm down. He did not like failure, as such, his previous experience in this world was affecting his current mission. I can't be too cautious to the point of indecisiveness, he thought. This is a perfect window to attack, and I should take it before something truly unexpected occurs. Tell the troops to enter. Prepare for an ambush, he ordered calmly. The Fist Saint led by example by being the first to charge into the Myriad Emperor world. He raised his senses to the extreme, preparing for any changes, which did happen. He first noticed most of his troops were immediately teleported to distant places, and the Saint Fist Emperor frowned when his divine sense noticed the anomaly in the first area. The aura of all the mortal cultivators in that area dramatically decreased, and it was swift and sudden. Their attack potency stopped at Tier 4, and no one was an exception. Myriad portals opened up in that domain to teleport countless puppets and constructs. Mortals. Is this the power of mortal civilization? The Commerce Hub heard the news but did not expect mortals to play a role in such a large-scale war involving great emperors. The Fist Saint Emperor turned his focus to another domain. He frowned because his other troops which still retained their powers were surrounded by another group of mortals using something akin to this world's Dharma body. These mortals immediately started singing the song he heard the last time he was here, which boosted their powers and abilities. Then, they began to slaughter his troops with paintings, poetry, calligraphy, and instruments. The third thing the Fish Saint Emperor noticed was that a few of his immortal tier soldiers, the weakest ones, were in an isolated domain protected by formation, but the top-tier powerhouses had disappeared. He immediately concluded they were teleported to the void battlefield, just like what had happened to him before. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as soon as he acquired the information through his divine sense. After processing it, the Fist Saint Emperor made his move. He decided to attack the order-disorder array or technique that allowed these mortals to partake in this war. We will have the number advantage as long as they regain their powers and these mortals become weak and useless, he thought, but a voice echoed in the void before he could move. Am your opponent. The Fist Saint Emperor heard that sweet and angelic voice, and before he could react, his surroundings had changed. He was now in that vast emptiness with a power that was so dangerous yet tempting nothingness. He looked at the person before him, and his heart skipped a beat. What a beauty, he instinctively exclaimed. Although he had seen Su Shi, he felt the latter was the unapproachable kind of beauty. However, the woman before him was different. She was graceful and ethereal due to a sage-like aura. Her body released a mesmerizing scent that was a combination of flowers and sweet-smelling medicine. What? Exclaimed the Fist Saint Emperor in his mind as his body involuntarily trembled. He just felt a terrifying killing intent locked on him, so intense that his legs lost control and wobbled. Although the thing appeared for less than a nanosecond, he knew he was not mistaken. He knew for a fact this killing desire did not originate from her, so he was on guard. The Fist Saint Emperor controlled his body to relax. How may I address you? Yen Liling frowned. She did not like this man's eyes. Although she was used to being stared at by men, most of them hid their desires well due to her strength and status. But this man only controlled his desires, not hid them. The Pill Sage Empress. Despite her feelings, she still respected her opponent because he's an eternal. I am Dash, I know who you are, she said. I don't have the time or patience for your nonsense. You're an intruder, and I'm here to slaughter you. So, prepare yourself for battle. Rude, he thought, but why did he find her even more attractive? The Fist Saint Emperor exhaled before activating his Awaken. He would not let his emotions affect this mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:17 The Guardian's Might. The Fist Saint Emperor's Awaken transformed his body. The upper torso of his robe disappeared, leaving only the top. His skin turned red, with a golden mark running through his torso and arms. His aura was profound and grounded. Yen Liling frowned. The last time this person showed up, he had to use a formation to raise his strength to 50% Grand Dao Source or sixfold. That's why she separated him from his group. Now, he had achieved five-fold strength on his own, showing the latter's talent or his importance to the Commerce Hub, she thought. He must be a core member, trained to be one of their best muscles. She sighed internally as she realized she should have paid more attention to the information from the Fate Shadow Guards. Yen Liling no longer focused on this issue, she only needed to ramify this behavior from now on. Then, she activated her Awaken, which materialized as a flaming robe around her blue hanfu and her black hair turning into flames. The Fist Saint Emperor's eyes lit up as he saw how much more beautiful she had become, but that would not stop him. Point concentration fist, he threw a punch, and a small black dot appeared before his fist. This black dot that resembled a miniature black hole was the embodiment of all his powers condensed into a single point. A terrifying black beam rushed from the black beam toward Yen Liling, releasing a terrible vibration capable of unrivaled subatomic particles from their bonds. Yen Liling casually waved her hand to manifest a cauldron that swallowed the black beam and instantly condensed a black pill. She held the pill and crushed it, releasing the same technique back to its owner. Her actions were swift and fluent, and Saint Fist was caught off guard. So, he crossed his arm to block. His defensive measure succeeded, leaving only a few scratches on his red skin. However, Yen Liling was not done. Void Pill Bomb, her cauldron made good use of the environment's power of nothingness. It condensed the energy around into pills that she exploded toward her opponent. Saint Fist's intuition activated, and he quickly evaded, but one of the explosions was too fast and too close, so he had no choice but to punch it. His fist was capable of punching anything including life, death, spacetime, and other concepts. However, Saint Fist felt this explosion was corroding his arms, so he acted decisively and blew up one arm. Abandoning and regenerating a new one was the best choice in this scenario. Her main Dao is pill refining, so there is a high chance her physical body is her weakness. So, I need to get closer. Saint Fist organized a battle plan based on the information he observed in this short confrontation and the information from the hub. He knew all emperors from the Myriad Emperor world had terrible battle experiences, so directly approaching his opponent would not work as she would know how to control her weakness. Temporal Storm Fist, a phantom of the river of time materialized behind him as he punched her. A terrifying storm with the power of time rushed toward Yen Liling. If she were hit, her body would either age terribly or be erased from the very fabric of time. However, her response was a sneer. Your resonance with Time Dao is weak compared to the real deal, she declared nonchalantly as her body released a purple flame that burned that temporal tempest. Saint Fist ignored her as he rushed forward and punched a second time. This time, he used an attack that directly attacked the soul, her senses, to be specific. Yen Liling's eyes became dazed for a brief moment. This is my chance. He suddenly appeared above her head and used one of his most powerful punches. Saint Fist even used his best applications of Dao Will and Will manifestation. However, before his fist landed, a look of horror appeared on his face as he saw that smirk on his opponent's face. Boom! Yen Liling had activated her cauldron of strength, before punching Saint Fist in his stomach with a fist full of chaos flame. The muscular man flew over 100 light-years away before controlling his momentum. His stomach had a hole that showed through his body. Saint Fist grunted before healing this injury, only leaving some black marks on the spot. Yen Liling squinted her eyes. Dao holy water. Her attack was perfectly timed, and with her advanced application of true will, this should have been a genuine life injury. But Saint Fist was completely fine and even instantly removed her true will. Did he store Dao holy water inside his body for this battle? What a waste of resources. No matter how much I try to overestimate your people, you always surpass my estimation, sighed the Saint Fist Emperor. However, Yen Liling responded with a colossal flame palm condensed from Chaos Flame. How rude, thought Saint Fist before using his Universe Fist. His punch was backed by the destruction of thousands of universes as large as a heaven will. The flame dispersed, so he thought he had scattered the attack, but he was wrong, the flame was only bait. Yen Liling captured all the force behind his attacks and condensed them into a pill that temporarily increased her physical abilities. She took one step to teleport in front of Saint Fist before slapping him. He wanted to evade, but she was too fast. He also feared his attack would once again be absorbed and condensed into a pill. His hesitation doomed him as he now no longer had the opportunity to choose. So, he could only condense a shield before him from the blood energy in his body. Boom! Saint Fist flew into the distance, but this time away, he did not float in the empty void. 10 metal gates materialized in his path, and he crashed into them. Saint Fist spewed a large mouthful of blood after breaking through the first gate, and his Buddhist injuries worsened once he passed through all 10. What kind of metal are those damn doors made of? He thought. The answer is chaos metal, said Yen Liling. I've personally tempered and refined them for this technique, if you can call it one. Can you read my mind? What do you think? The Saint Fist Emperor immediately panicked. He knew mind-reading techniques are unique across the entire lower dimension. He's not talking about the run-of-the-mill technique where someone uses their divine senses to bypass another's defenses and read their minds and memories. True mind-reading techniques are subtle and undetectable. They are rare across the entire dimension because an unknown force, most like true heavenly Dao, restricts their developments or creations. Most of them appeared in the form of unique bloodlines or awakened abilities. The techniques that contain such methods usually disappear or become extinct for unknown reasons. I need to calm down. Mind reading is a very rare technique, and she cannot develop such an ability. As for learning it, well, she might since Buddhism once had such a technique, but its revival was recent, and it should have been lost. That's a great rationale to trick yourself, said Yen Liling, nodding her head. Saint Fist's face turned pale before reacting swiftly. He entered a state of absolute concentration with little to no distraction. Yes, that's a good way to deal with the situation, Yen Liling added, continuing her mind game. Saint Fist did not react and went on the offensive, Heaven Fist. His fist resonated with Heaven Dao, so it contained countless calculations, all possibilities to prevent the enemy from evading, all possibilities to increase the punch's attack potency, speed, and force control, all possibilities to hit a weak spot, and all possibilities to ensure victory. This punch is bordering on perfection, thought Yen Liling as she watched it coming. Her mind went into overdrive, calculating the best way to defend, and she only had one thought: she could not defend or evade. In that case, I shouldn't. Pill body explosion. She turned her body into an explosion pill, which turned into a bomb upon contact. Saint Fist was perfectly intact, as his punch also considered this possibility. Meanwhile, a black cauldron manifested in the distance, releasing an intense herbal smell. Then, Yen Liling's new body emerged from the open cauldron. I must admit that this technique was brilliant, she praised calmly. I'm glad you think so. This is my life's masterpiece, said Saint Fist with a smug look. I also know there is no way you developed it on your own. How insulting, said Saint Fist, slightly raising his voice. There is nothing worse than a man having his pride trampled on in front of the woman he loves, let alone by her. I'm not diminishing your talent, but stating a logical conclusion, she added. Despite everything that has happened, it has been a very short time since all the heavenward worlds ended their final battles. So, there is no way for you to have created such a technique in such a short period without access to the dream world or any foreign aid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18 The Secrets of the Mind. The Fist Saint Emperor blushed in shame as she was correct. As a core eternal emperor of the Commerce Hub, they trust him immensely, and he was placed on the list of people to be trained at all costs, especially after seeing Wang Wei's threat level. As such, he was chosen as one of the 2 people to be granted a potential mirror, a one-time use chaos treasure that can bring out a person's potential in advance. It's very rare. Throughout the Commerce's history, they've only had 5. They used the remaining 2 in this war. The mirror is why he achieved 5-fold strength in such a short period and how he created many of his most powerful techniques, including the Heaven Fist. Let's not mention this, said Saint Fist, coughing lightly. How about we stop this fight? I think you should know this is pointless. You guys cannot win this war without him on your side. We can stop this fight if you surrender and let yourself be captured, Yen Liling replied calmly. I promise you, in the name of this world's guardian, that you will be treated fairly as a prisoner, and your life will be guaranteed until we've passed judgment on your fate. World's guardian. He thought, deciding that she used this particular phrase because it was crucial. Why should I surrender since we have the advantage? And how would you know that? Yen Liling rebutted. You've been stuck in this place, cut off from the outside world. Did Wang Wei show up? Who knows? Saint Fist snorted coldly. Your mind game won't work on me. If he did, I would have been notified. At the very least, I would sense a shift in the world. If he doesn't want to be detected, what can you people do? Sneered Yen Liling, making Saint Fist quiet. He exhaled to calm down. Is there no room for discussion? I'm afraid not. Very well. Heaven Fist, all he could think was to end this battlefield as swiftly as possible, so he used one of his most powerful techniques to end things. Yen Liling was calmed as she suddenly swallowed a pill. Illusory pill, Grand Dao Source pill, Heaven Dao, her bodice or changed, becoming more vast and grand. Her eyes turned cold and indifferent. This feeling is fascinating, thought Yen Liling. She felt she knew all the secrets, knowledge, taboos, and truths about heaven. It took her a moment to rein her mind to prevent this sensation from influencing her spirit and personality. Heaven Fist, Saint Fist's face did not hide his horror, as his opponent used the same technique. Their clash released a shockwave that reached the other immortal tier powerhouses fighting on this battlefield. Yen Liling took a few steps backward in the void as she was pushed back a few thousand kilometers. Again, she declared as she teleported before him and used the same technique. Saint Fist reacted on instinct and used his Heaven Fist. She took this opportunity to activate her mind reflection technique, to read his mind and get all the data on this technique. Bang! Yen Liling was only pushed a dozen meters backward, and she went for a third attack. Saint Fist was not stupid and wanted to use another technique to prevent her from copying it, but it was too late. Her third fist was on par with his. A golden shield appeared around, and it perfectly blocked the attack. Huh, muttered Yen Liling. A defensive technique. I see. You used your resonance with Heaven Dao to deduce a defensive method of your Heaven Fist technique. However, this should be your limit, right? She was correct. The mirror of potential is based on a person's talent and potential. He could only create these two brilliant techniques. Alright, let's end this pointless fight, Yan Liling declared before using the Heaven Fist for the fourth time. Boom! The Fist Saint Emperor's protection broke, forcing him to display his horror. He could not understand how her attack could surpass him in just a few seconds of conversation. The answer to your question is very complicated and involves sensitive information, so I can't tell you, said Yan Liling with a gentle smile. She used the Heaven Dao, the previous data, and her future Buddhist self, to deduce a higher level of this technique, but as she said, she could not reveal such information. Saint Fist's body trembled. Her voice might appear sweet to the outside, but to him, she sounded like a devil who enjoyed tormenting people's minds. Yan Liling did not hesitate to attack with the same technique. She wanted to destroy him physically and spiritually, and killing him with his own technique would help. Saint Fist's body and soul disintegrated into particles smaller than quarks. Yan Liling experienced everything and even checked with her divine sense, but she could not help but frown. Whenever an eternal dies, even if it's not true death, there is a unique aura in the atmosphere. Not to mention that an eternal like Saint Fist would have his own vision for his death since he did not die on one of the battlefields where there were too many deaths for heaven and earth to count. She suddenly turned to her right before sighing. A new and intact Saint Fist had materialized in the position near her. A longevity technique? No, this felt familiar. The Heaven Dao's effect was still on, so she immediately realized the source of the familiarity. One of the spies, Yuzhou. You're immortal, she declared. That's right, he nodded. My life is linked to our headquarters, so until it is destroyed, I'm immortal. Yan Liling grunted before waving her hand to release a purple poison cloud. Saint Fish tried to defend himself, but the cloud corrupted his golden shield before turning his body into stone. However, the stone body disintegrated before another body materialized. Let's stop this pointless battle, said Saint Fist. Although you're stronger than me, I will outlast you. Big brother, called out Yan Liling in her mind. I know what you want to ask, responded Wang Wei. His link is delicate, and I cannot do anything until I have full control of the headquarters, so seal him until then to prevent any trouble. All right. Yan Liling waved her hand to summon a cauldron that swallowed the Saint Fist Emperor despite his resistance. I've never refined a immortal before, commented Yan Liling. Meanwhile, Saint Fish tried to kill himself to be revived elsewhere on the battlefield, but his plan failed despite a few efforts. Muttered Yan Liling as she noticed something. He escaped. Did he revive himself in his homeworld? This guy is becoming a cockroach, she grunted. Big brother, he escaped. I see. It's fine. I'll teleport him back to you if he shows up again, replied Wang Wei. By the way, your conjecture was correct. Which one? The one about mind-reading techniques. Yan Liling awakened her ability a few days after proving the Dao due to her soul's mutation. She tried it on others, and it worked even on Wang Wei. The only exception was when he used the illusory pill to achieve taboo strength. So, Wang Wei was already developing techniques to protect his mind, not from ordinary mind-reading ability but from talented people like Yan Liling. Did you find something in his mind? Yes. The Commerce Hub had the same suspicions as you and conducted experiments. So, they also believe true Heavenly Dao has severely restricted mind-reading methods. Good to know. Wang Wei had noticed this anomaly very early on in his cultivation journey, and he had deduced many truths from that observation. For example, the world does not function on any absolute, so how is the power of fate limited? Its counterpart, free will. But how is free will manifested? The answer should be the ability to make choices, but the true root of this answer is the mind, the thing that makes these choices. As early as when Wang Wei first created his fate puppeteer physique, when he first encountered the river of fate, he was almost swallowed by its all-encompassing power. He only survived because he realized that the river could not read his mind and used this fact to survive. Since then, he has known how important the mind would be for him to one day achieve his goal of absolute freedom, and he has also understood the importance of true mind-reading techniques. You reminded me of the importance of the Commerce Hub's database, said Wang Wei. This institution has existed for so long that it must have gathered much lost knowledge and secrets. Don't forget to keep their pill recipe and knowledge on runes for me. No problem, nodded Wang Wei. By the way, you can also study the disruption rune before I gift it. A portal appeared before Yan Liling to drop Emperor Jiao's book, and she caught it with a smile. She immediately read it and became lost in thought, forgetting she would see her husband after this match. Meanwhile, Li Jun was clicking his tongue while shaking his head in the samsara court. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19 Greatest Weapon. Wang Wei looked at the distracted Yan Liling and shook his head. He guessed the disruption rune must have inspired her, so he looked forward to what she would do with it. He gazed at the mortal civilizations and the mortal Dao art to ensure nothing unexpected would occur now that Yan Liling was distracted. He sent orders to one of the puppets to keep watch of the world. Finally, Wang Wei checked on the Nether Hell's seal before shifting his attention to someone else, or to be specific, another group, the innate demon gods' leaders. Some people realized these people's identities and lusted after their bodies and bloodlines. Their situation appeared dire as countless powerhouses surrounded each of them. Wang Wei even detected people from the corpse selling sects secretly encroaching on these people, most likely interested in their dead bodies. This is a perfect opportunity to help them and increase their allegiance to the myriad emperor world, he thought before scanning every battlefield to see how he could send help to these people. However, everybody was occupied and could not leave their stations. The best option would be to free Ji Lanfang, but his release would increase these people's suspicions. So, my other option is to use some people from the Fate Shadow Guard or... Wang Wei pricked his finger to draw a single drop of blood, and when it fell on the ground, 5 clones of him with weak aura, relative to him, appeared. Then, these 5 individuals turned into different people, including men and women of different sizes, appearances, and even personalities. You're now mercenaries hired from world communities unaffiliated with the Commerce Hub. Go find Tai Gang, he will order you to help these innate lives. The clones bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei continued his observation and planning before muttering, "It's about time for this farce to end." He ordered Wang Ju and the Fate Shadow Guards to prepare for mobilization. It was almost time for them to play their parts. Void Zone. Su Shi floated in the void with a pink hanfu, looking more feminine and beautiful than ever. She glanced at the handsome young man before her, dressed in all white, with a natural arrogance and nobility that could compare with Wu Feng Huang, if not better. "You're the last person I expect to take orders from the Commerce Hub," said Su Shi. "Where is Wang Wei?" asked Chu Luo. "Haven't you heard? He's been exiled to the upper dimension." "I don't believe that for a second." This fact was obvious to Chu Luo, not only because he knew what kind of talent it took to become a Dao overlord, but due to the actions of the myriad Emperor World's Eternals. All these people work together because there is a monster above them to restrict their actions, forcing them to act accordingly and follow the rules. So, what would they do once that monster was no longer here? They would show their fangs, returning to their lesser or basic instinct of greed and unrestrained competition. Chu Luo knew there was a flaw to this analysis, and it was patriotism. These Eternals might have continued to band together to protect their home world. But that's not how things are looking. They continued acting as if that monster still had its leech on them. They entered this war without hesitation, and the confidence that they would be the winner never wavered. Chu Luo had no choice but to conclude that Wang Wei was playing a major scheme, and this was nothing but a facade. "Since you don't believe it, why are you fighting on the opposite side?" asked Su Shi. I want a fair revenge match. Revenge? From what he told me, he lost his fight against you. Did he think I would not realize he let me win? Sneered Chu Luo. Not only did I realize what he did, I also deduced why he did it. His eyes flashed with mockery and anger. I guess I should thank him. So, after the fight with him, you realized the true potential of the Nine Extremity Foundation and tried to reach perfection. After succeeding and proving the Tao, you thought you were on par with him and prepared for a fair match since your ego could not accept the last result. Then, you heard about his strength and accomplishment and could not accept such a result, thinking these people exaggerated his powers. Then, when the Commerce Hub came to you with an offer you could not refuse, you accepted since this was the perfect opportunity to prove you were right. Did I miss something? No, you did not, Chu Luo replied calmly, his emotions or aura not fluctuating in the slightest. Unfortunately for you, the rumors are true. You paled in comparison to his strength. That remains to be proven. Su Shi shook her head. Get past me first before anything else. I suppressed you once, and I can do it again, Chu Luo declared as he activated his Awaken. His white robe turned into clouds, along with his pupils, who also appeared as white as a blank canvas. His aura was vast and ethereal, like a god of creation about to breathe life into an entirely new universe filled with life. As expected, his strength was on par with me, thought Su Shi. She achieved a strength of peak six-fold. However, she knew she was this fast because Wang Wei helped her accelerate the process, otherwise, she would never achieve it so quickly. Yet, Chu Luo did so without someone like Wang Wei for help, assuming he did not receive aid from the Commerce Hub. As soon as I ascend, I must reforge my foundation, she thought while activating her Awaken. Su Shi knew she was approaching the limit that her current foundation would allow her to stack Grand Dao boosts, which is a problem that restricts all cultivators from reaching the higher levels of the battle realm. In other words, even if she had increased her understanding of Dao imprint, her body wouldn't have been able to bear it without the proper Dao foundation. Chu Luo raised his hand to summon a sword, Ultimate Swordsman Sword. With the power of creation, he created a weapon with the power of a pure swordsman on par with Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang, no, even more powerful, given his respective strength. Swish! Chu Luo's hand left shadows as he moved so swiftly, releasing slash after slash, each containing unparalleled powers. Su Shi realized the terror of these attacks and reacted swiftly. Her body became transparent, and the slashes passed through her as if she were intangible. Chu Luo's eyes narrowed as he realized what had happened. She temporarily sent her body into a parallel timeline to evade, so he slashed once again with the intent to cut off spacetime itself. Su Shi created a sword with the fabric of spacetime and countered the attack. Her sword slash erased the enemy's slash from time itself before continuing forward. The sword in Chu Luo's hand suddenly changed, beginning to release the same spatial temporal aura as his opponent. He used the same attack, cancelling hers. Death of time, what would happen if time were to die? Chu Luo's body stopped moving since time no longer existed, but was that all it did? No. Time is linked to causality, so his past, present, and future were erased including all his karmic connections, such as his parents. Without time, he lost all ability for experience, including growth and improvement. Without his past, all his achievements became pointless. There was also the breakdown of the laws of physics or the existence of many concepts, but these were the least of Chu Luo's problems. Birth of time. The sword in his hand turned into a cauldron, releasing a power that recreated the space-time continuum that Su Shi had destroyed, reverting things to how they used to be. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. They both had the same thoughts at the same time. However, Chu Luo was the first to realize why. She's extremely familiar with how I fight. Although this was a short confrontation, he noticed this anomaly. It did not take him to deduce why, that damn dream world, he thought. His battle IQ and experience are not less than mine, Su Shi analyzed after their initial clash to test each other. He probably used his creation Dao to create something similar to the dream world to train himself. She was instantly jealous of the versatility of creation Dao. However, what is the anomaly I'm thinking about? Whisper of the heart, Chu Luo began to whistle a tune, and Su Shi's expression changed as she immediately entered a defensive state. Chu Luo smirked. He had refined a new pair of eyes for himself with the Tao of Truth. In other words, his new eyes were a talent called Eyes of Truth. With his new eyes, he saw and exploited a small flaw in his opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:20 Rumors. Su Shi summoned her chaos pot, which spewed a veil of primordial chaos to protect her. In the meantime, she dealt with the attack on her mind. She found herself in a world of her mind with nothing in sight. As she was about to try something to leave this place, she heard an alluring voice. Do you think he truly loves you? Su Shi frowned as the voice seemed familiar. Do you think he has changed? He has, replied Su Shi as she mustered a terrifying power of chaos to destroy this mind space. Can you trust him while he's separated from you? Do you trust him not to find another woman? Said the enchanting voice. If I didn't trust him, I would not stay with him, Su Shi declared. Then, you're better than me, said the voice, who finally appeared. A heart devil. The person looked exactly like Su Shi. More like a manifestation of your insecurities. Insecurities. Those are bold terms, sneered Su Shi. What insecurities do I have? Of course, it is about our Xiao Fan, said Heart Su Shi. Nonsense, uttered Su Shi calmly as she waved his hand to send a black slash with the power to wipe out time itself. However, the attack passed through the other as if she were intangible. Why are you reacting so fiercely if I'm only talking nonsense? Because your words and even your existence are an insult to me, rebutted Su Shi. Do you think my relationship with him defines me? Do you think I spend every waking hour thinking about my husband? Do you think my life has no meaning without him around? Isn't it? Asked Heart Su Shi with a devilish smile. Her words contained a power that was extremely alluring to the mind. Maybe in the past, but not now, not ever again, said Su Shi. I've grown. He's grown. And now, our lives are better than before. Maybe things will change, but that goes for every relationship. Heart Su Shi looked at her genuine self before rapidly dissipating. The real Su Shi thought this charade had ended, but she was wrong, a second one appeared. What is it this time? She could tell that time was passing slower in this mind space than outside, but that did not change the fact that time was still passing. If she did not leave quietly, Chu Luo would break through her defense and severely injure her. There have been rumors that you have entered a secret relationship with Wang Wei, snicked the second Heart Su Shi. So, is it true? Even if it's not, you should really entertain this idea. Su Shi's mouth twitched. Of course, she had heard of the rumors. They were everywhere in the dream world and one of the most talked about things in that space. However, she knew how ridiculous these rumors were. First, she was not this kind of woman. Second, this man was head over heels in love with his wife. Your words are an even bigger insult than the first one. Oh, come on. You two are the most beautiful people in the lower dimension. He's the most powerful ever, and you're the most powerful woman, said Heart Su Shi. Now that you're close friends, I think you would be a perfect match, not to mention the alliance that could be created between your factions if you two got together. Su Shi exhaled deeply, not hiding her frustration. I'm going to say this once, and only once. Wang Wei loves his wife, and he only wants her in his life. If something happened to their relationship, he would remain alone for the rest of his eternal life. And I feel the same way. In this life, I will have only one husband, and no one else. How boring, replied Heart Devil while smacking her lips. She disappeared, and Su Shi opened her eyes to see that her veil of primordial chaos was almost broken. Horror of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos is vast, infinite, and ancient. Throughout its existence and development since the beginning of times, how many horrifying life forms have been created or grown to such a level? Too many to count. And today, Chu Luo confronted a fragment of one of those entities. He saw a pair of eyes hidden by a black-red fog, and his body trembled instinctively out of fear. Before he could react, Chu Luo felt his mind, spirit, and unique emperor's soul rapidly collapsing. The very presence of this being's presence was enough to destroy him on a conceptual level. Chu Luo acted swiftly and created a universe inside his mind with countless lives before linking all their souls and willpower to his own, allowing him to resist this attack. Su Shi took this opportunity to kick her opponent. She used a fleshly body divine ability, the weight of primordial chaos, and the attack was intense, capable of annihilating worlds, the very fabric of spacetime, and countless concepts. Chu Luo made a split decision to create a piece of armor made of the strongest metal, which primordial chaos itself had tempered. His move was brilliant, as his armor could now block most of the primordial chaos power from his opponent. However, the sheer force behind the kick still sent him flying a few thousand kilometers. I understand the anomaly I sensed before, thought Su Shi. Your creation Dao is no longer limited, is it? When he countered his technique, she noticed how he did not use a weapon to use the power of creation but just wielded it as if it were a natural part of him. Chu Luo calmly looked at her without answering. You must have used Gu Xian's deception Dao. Her deduction was correct. After studying the inheritance, Chu Luo worked hard to gain full power over creation Dao. So, he refined a deception emperor's soul instead of creation to allow himself to deceive a grand Dao into thinking he was a true Dao overlord. Once that was done, Chu Luo rarely used his true creation Dao because he knew using such a crooked path could earn him the ire of grand Dao, leading to his death. So, in most fights, he only used his limited creation Dao unless it was absolutely necessary. Omicron M, Song of Eternity. Su Shi's pot spewed a fog that rapidly turned into a zither. A projection of the river of time materialized behind her as she played, and a beautiful melody emanated from it. Under Su Shi's guidance, a terrifying vibration that combined sounds or music from the past, present, and future rushed toward her opponent. Before the vibration arrived, Chu Luo heard strange music in his mind, which hurt his spirit. He heard many different zither players from the beginning of time until the last musician in the universe. God of music and vibration, Chu Luo snapped his finger to create a god whose sole power is absolute control or mastery over music and vibrations. A large phantom of a man in all white, sitting cross-legged with a zither before him, materialized behind him. The god plucked one string to release a vibration that countered Su Shi. Their clash released a shockwave that could have destroyed countless great thousand worlds. However, this was just the beginning. As these two masterful musicians clashed, the melodies they created reverberated from the void zone to the martial hegemony and myriad emperor worlds' world communities. People who heard the sound had different reactions. Some felt they heard the most murderous songs between heaven and earth, almost driving them to madness. Others heard the most beautiful notes in the universe, elevating their minds and spirits to a higher plane of existence. A small majority had illusions that they either saw the most beautiful woman or man in existence or saw the person they loved most in their lives. And those were just the three main reactions after hearing that song. Su Shi frowned as she saw how easily her technique was cancelled. Our strength is relative to each other. So, this fight is likely to end in a draw. She was unhappy with this news, and it was the same for Chu Luo, who figured out the same thing. They looked at each other, and their auras clashed. They were both extremely competitive, and no one wanted to give up, especially given the result of their first fight. Su Shi saw this battle as an opportunity for payback, while Chu Luo felt humiliated that someone he could kill with one slap was not on the same level as him. Chu Luo's eyes narrowed. He had a way of ending this as swiftly as possible, but his pride would not allow him to use this method. I can still win, he thought as he used one piece of information that his eyes of truth detected. A sword manifested in his hand, and it was releasing a weird aura. Causality sword, Chu Luo swung his weapon, targeting Su Shi's past. To be precise, he wanted to wipe out one specific event in her life. The time Lin Fan gave her the Dao seed, and she inherited everything from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.